Hello and good afternoon, everybody. It is your favorite fox, Yung FoXXii, aka Big Foxy, aka your favorite SoundCloud rapper and your favorite game master on occasion, here to check in with you lovely folks. And we are here for a Neon Lights roleplay special production. You might notice things look a little bit different around here. And that's because today we are not playing Cyberpunk Red. Instead, I will be running our lovely adventurers here through a D&D 5th edition one-shot called A Bloody Toll. Come with me as we venture into the cold northern wastes of Eflaria, of land formerly plagued by a large global-scale war, now settled into a relative peace and a sort of centralized kingdomhood, where different individuals of all creed and walk of life and ideology make their living and find their trade, and occasionally die frozen and alone in the wastes. Our friends here will be playing members of the Duskblood Adventurers Guild. They are a patroned group of heroes who are sanctioned by sort of the larger world government to go on and undertake missions and different things. They are led by, and you will have to allow me a moment to pull up the window. I am very sorry. They are led by, and I think everyone should be able to see this once I pull this up. They are led by this lovely fellow here, a man by the name of, oops, I'm very sorry for doing that. There we go. A man by the name of Zurus Duskblood, who I believe you can all now see on your windows. He is a very, very wry and cunning tiefling, patron of the Duskblood Adventurers Guild. He is who they report to and who handles all their guild's contracts. I'm a little quiet. All right, I'm going to turn myself up just a tad. Let me know if I'm coming through a little bit clearer now, guys. Am I sounding a little bit better? Am I good? We good? Cool. Let me know if I need to turn myself up anymore, by the way, guys. Thank you. Cool. So, still a little quiet? Let me see if I can fix that. I'm wondering if that's because of my Discord? I have my my microphone set up about as loud as I can. I'm going to move a little bit closer. A little better now? No? My desktop audio is a little low. I have my mic up some. How we doing? Better? No? Let me see. Okay, cool. Awesome. All right. Sorry about that. Let me get myself right back in. Thank you guys for your patience, by the way. If there's any other weird things like that, feel free to shout them out so I can take care of them. Thanks a lot. So, our friends here are patrons of the Duskblood Adventurers Guild. They are four very, very differing adventurers with all kinds of different origins and ways of life that feel very differently about things, and I'm going to give them the chance to introduce themselves one at a time. So as I shout you out, please feel free to talk about yourself and your character. So, starting with the player to my bottom left. He brings a creative spirit and a sort of friendly, wry charm we didn't think we needed in our group until we found him. I am so happy to have met him. He is someone I talk to and confide in frequently. It is our dear friend, Joe Hate Club.
Oh, thank you. Well, my character, Ragnar, is a draconic sorcerer from a long line of sorcerers, and he happens to be the heir. And there's a rite of passage for every heir where they go out and experience the world, and some never come back, whether because they, appreciated the freedom of the outside world, or they simply died.
Simply died, as it were. And instead, Ragnar is here, who decides not only will he escape from his clan's sort of insular beliefs, and will instead escape out and see the world out in front of him and discover incredible things along with the friends he makes along the way. Up next in our roster of heroes, always quick with a pun, and even quicker with a friendly compliment. Always there to bring knowledge and wisdom, often a level-headed perspective in a sea full of chaotic individuals. It is everyone's favorite level-headed, dull-toned, and incredibly baritoned voice. By the way, he's an incredible singer. I should mention that. Totally forgot to put that in the intro. It's Land the Dan.
Hey. Um, yeah, so I'm playing Oleg. He's a dwarf barbarian from the Midlands, and he is signed on to this Adventurers Guild in order to bring more money to support his tribe and his family.
If there is no other goal a hero can have, it can be to provide something for those he loves. And I cannot sympathize with anything more than that. Up next on our
You're ready to
roster
say
of
I
heroes.
cannot sympathize at all.
Yeah, I can't sympathize at all. Fuck your family. Who cares? No, up next on our incredible roster of adventurers, someone who I honestly have for a long time probably considered maybe my best and most closest friend. I can't even count the number of times we've sat up and ranted about everything from politics to video games to where we're at in our lives. I can always count on him to share a hilarious meme, a great tweet, or just some really, really funny and friendly advice, even if sometimes wrangling him into these adventures is an absolute pain in the ass. Everyone, welcome, new to the Neon Lights community, it's Spree.
Relying on another man, that's pretty sus. So, today I am Sylvis, a kitsune who has worked as a spy during the previous war for the Sethic, the snakes, feeding information about the Tabaxi back to them from his position of cover. During his time there, he refined his skills with the blade, practicing with the rapier, and once the war actually ended up, being resolved, since his cover wasn't really blown, he just didn't feel like leaving all the people he had grown to know where he was, because he didn't have any ties to go back to, really. And so, with his time no longer spent with spying and all that, and his skills with the sword, he decided to pick up some adventuring to help the days go by.
So it sounds like while others were busy losing their cover, you were studying the blade. Sorry, I had to.
That is technically true.
Happy to have you here in the party, Sylvis. Definitely always good to have a person more on the sleuthy side, and we'll see if there's any lore complications that might arise from the nebulous sides. I should say that for those who aren't aware, because Eflaria is a homebrew setting of my own creation that I sort of worked with the players to create the lore for, and I set out this sort of larger scale conflict between all the different factions and species and cultures with multiple different sides, which included, the different, a lot of complications. As other players who will pop up in different one-shots show up, you might find some more of that lore, causing maybe some party friction, who knows, so we'll keep going with that. And that sounds like a great way to segue into the last in our party of 4. Another person who, again, I could say is probably one of my closest friends. I can't even speak to the amount of times this person has been there for me personally, not just as an adventurer and a fellow comrade, as a friendly voice, as someone who's had my back when I didn't think anyone else could. Probably the most intelligent and hardworking person I know, has a voice like an angel. Yeah, I'm shouting out my friends who sing, by the way. And is also just an incredibly worldly and well thought out person. It is my dear friend Fierce.
Don't lie to people. I'm not that smart.
I haven't lied yet.
All right.
I mean, you have made him cry with your singing.
You said I was
Okay.
level.
Damn, we're just outing me. Okay, cool.
All right. Okay. I'm Varys. I'm playing Piece of the Puzzle. She's a Tabaxi of the Basking Storm clan. She's also an acolyte of the Order of Peace. She actually ended up at the temple doorsteps during the war that that Sylvis actually participated in. So yes, that is.
Tim's dropping lore emotes in the chat. Oh shit, we're getting lore.
Yep,
pretty good.
So she ended up leaving the temple about 10 years later, and has ended up joining the Adventurers Guild.
Fantastic. Always good to have someone with a healing spell and a righteous fervor for peace that may occasionally lead to some bloodshed around. Peace,
hey.
Welcome, adventurer, to the party. Thank you very much for being here.
If you won't accept peace, we will beat it into you.
How I Learned to Bring Peace, Chapter 1, The Power of Overwhelming Violence.
Tenet number 1.
Tenet 1, break anything that's not peaceful. Tenet 2,
look.
profit.
It's called it's called breaking their bones so they can't fight anymore.
Ah, I see you subscribe to the Ozymandias School of World Peace. No one will be able to fight if they're all terrified of something else. So without any further ado, let's jump our peoples right in. Today's adventure finds the Duskblood Adventurers Guild, or at least a small group of the Duskblood Adventurers, on a road to Eflaria when they receive a missive from their dear friend, Zurus. Zurus is a warlock, by the way, of incredible mystical power, so he occasionally just kind of sort of like summons a vague apparition in front of... Actually, in fact, let's see. I'll even just roll a d6 on this. Here, let's just roll a number on this. Peace! You actually carry with you sort of a small, like little crystal, I guess like kind of like small glowing ball that every now and then will begin to like hum and glow brightly, and whenever that happens, you can pick it up and like a little apparition, almost hologram of Zurus will appear and like fill you guys in and make contact with you every now and then. So you were on the road, you know, maybe you're doing your own thing. Maybe notice that, you know, the adventuring funds were running a bit low. Maybe the coffers were starting to feel a bit dry. When Zurus reached out to you guys and mentioned that you had a contact and said in the nearby town of Sengwain, which is, you know, right here, not too far from where you guys are, there were some, you know, some rumblings of maybe a bit of trouble happening. And so without too much information to offer, he simply just said, listen, I want you guys to head into Sengwain, figure out, you know, what's going on in the town, explore, find out what information you can find, and then once you feel like you have a solid idea of what things are happening in the town, prepare a report for him. That's all he really offered, and then usually without too much preamble, just kind of cut the contact off. He had coffee to get to after all. And we'll start off. So that kind of sort of is where we sort of find our settling in. So without any further ado, I will bring us into the scene. So first, we'll start off with some. Your adventure begins with the travel on a road towards the town of Sengwain, a diverse trade town close to the edge of the border. Things have been relatively lax and lacking in the Department of Danger here in the region of Eflaria, where you've been for the last few months. Unfortunately, with such peace comes a strict lack of need for adventurers such as yourselves, and coin has begun to run short. Hoping to catch a break and find some kind of tomb that needs exploring or a troll lord that needs slaying, your group took to the northern fork in the road and followed the signs to the approaching town. Sengwain will be considered impressive, possibly imposing even if not for certain factors. Unlike the wide open plains in the southeast, where the high marble walls of the capital city paint a staunch image, a canopy shroud of coniferous evergreen trees dance about in the highest watchtowers and thatched roofs of the city, hiding their true stature. Further, the modest walls that protected the key trade town from invaders were gated shut. Twin guards in armor of regal violet on either side of a 2-meter wooden draw gate that doesn't budge as your party approaches. The guards, however, do shuffle from a semi-relaxed watch into a clipped martial stance as you approach. So there, in front of you, there are 2 guards in polished sort of gray-blue armor with bronze edges. They go from sort of a very, very simple, maybe like, you know, relaxed stance into a very clipped, you know, closed stance as you approach, and sort of say nothing as your party, as your caravan of, I guess, horses, as it were, begins to make its way into towards town. And how do you feel you wish to carry about this this interaction? Pardon me while I get some music going, if you guys don't mind. Let's see what we got. What have we got for this? Yeah, this'll work. Here's a little background music. So, as you slowly approach the gate towards the town, the guards fall into a clipped martial stance and offer no words to you.
Well, I think Ragnar is pretty eager to just go talk to him. He doesn't really have much fear in his body.
He's not possessed of an instinct of fear, Ragnar is. Music is a bit loud, Tim. Thank you. I will turn it down some.
Yes.
That a little better?
Me.
I can also just lower my desktop audio some. I
Yeah,
did not
all
really
you
go
bar
through
in
the efforts
Roll20
of
doesn't really
separating
work.
that too much. Here, you know what? I know what I can do. I will just lower this some. How's that? A little better, guys? All right. Ragnar, I'm sorry I interrupted you. So Ragnar simply approaches the guards. He's a bit of a shorter folk than they, as they seem to be relatively normal humanoid in height. So as you approach, the sort of lefternmost guard will angle his head down at you and say, "Hail, traveler!"
Hail.
And what brings you and your, angling his head back, party to Sengwain? We're not currently accepting travelers.
I guess Ragnar just says, well, why not?
The guards will sort of turn towards each other, maybe sort of having a moment of contemplation, you can't really tell, and then we'll turn back and say, town business, I can't disclose that to you.
I guess Ragnar looks back at the group and, raises his hands.
So Sylvis will walk forward and just eye the guards up, taking in their demeanor, and respond with, well, I understand that town business is a delicate matter at times, but we're a decently equipped party. Perhaps we could assist you guys depending on what matter it is that troubles the town.
Sylvis, could you give me, real quick, just a real simple, let's go with culture. That's a skill, right? I actually haven't played D&D in a very long time.
Ragnar points and says, yeah, that.
yeah, what he said. Yeah, could you give me like a culture check of some variety, Spree?
Where would that be?
I guess it would be...
History?
History, yeah. Give
Persuasion?
Me history might make a bit more sense. We'll do history. So as you go up and begin to make the spiel to your guards, you do certainly recall that, again, adventurers guilds aren't super uncommon. They tend to be roving parties that go around, and as a fact that as a mark of sort of a badge of office, you all carry with you a sort of emblazoned medallion that looks a little bit like this. You have this sort of a coin with this symbol, which is a symbol of the Duskblood Adventurers Guild. And for a fact that you've definitely used this in, towns before to, get the attention of certain maybe figures, or even like to let contracts know, like, hey, like, we're the party you hired or whatever. So it's a bit of it carries a bit of weight to it. So is there something you want to do with that information?
Yes.
I will happily let you retcon that little spiel you just gave if you want.
I'm sorry, you'll what?
If you want to retcon that spiel you just gave out, you can totally do that.
Alright. I mean, I don't want to entirely retcon it.
Yeah, that's fine. Just like you feel like add something to it,
Like when I'm mentioning that perhaps we could assist them with it, I'll nonchalantly bring out my coin so that they can see the emblem on the front of it.
Awesome. So as you show the adventurer's coin, the sort of, I guess, the sort of rightmost guard, the one who didn't address Ragnar initially, will take a look at that, sort of maybe not even so much grab it from you, but kind of like grip the coin a bit, so you can kind of take a closer look. And seemingly satisfied with that answer, he'll say just, an adventurer's guild. I apologize for not recognizing you immediately. While I'm not sort of at liberty to discuss too much of what's been happening, I can say that the town's been suffering a rash of attacks recently. Mostly just bandits. Nothing we can't seem to handle. If you're here to help out, then I'll allow you into the town to explore around for a bit, maybe check in with some of our citizens. But I'd advise you just show a bit of discretion.
Alright.
Sir.
Alright, and seemingly satisfied with that, the guards will sort of shift out of that stance into a more passive pull. One of them will tap his spear twice on the ground, making a sort of echoing sound, and you'll hear a rumbling sound as the gate is lifted up, and then as you are sort of more allowed into town proper. So let me start up with that monologue, if you don't mind.
And here he goes monologuing again.
That's GMing. All right. The first thing that grips you as strange about Sengwain isn't the relative quiet. In your time as adventurers, you've seen that not every town brims with the kind of excitement large cities do. But what strikes you about the air as you enter this quiet town is just how somber that silence is. Shops and storefronts fill your vision as you walk the causeway, but most of them are closed. The windows boarded up and locked shut. The few buildings that look open appear to be functioning as normal. There are a few scattered citizens about, but most are talking in low tones, gathering around a central fountain at the end of the causeway, or walking by without making a scene. At the fountain, which lies in the middle of what could be considered a town square, a large tavern stands across the open plaza from you. This middle square is more populated than the streets you passed it to enter, but they are no less sullen. So from here, I'm going to sort of just allow you guys to maybe like sort of open up. What do you want to do as you enter the town?
Well, Ragnar is worn out from all the walking, and the first thing on his mind, as soon as it's not they're not in a vulnerable situation, is food. And sometimes even in a vulnerable situation, but now especially, Ragnar's gonna try to find a pub or something.
All right. Well, there definitely is a very, very large and it's a decently large town, so there's probably some other taverns around, but as you sort of cross into that town square, there is what you could probably surmise is like either the most popular or like larger-ish tavern in front of you, perhaps.
So I guess Ragnar points over to that, kind of like a child, and says, "Can we go?" That's a lot of his mannerisms. He kind of walks like a child.
Fair enough. Ragnar excitedly pointing
Oleg,
at the tavern. So go ahead, please.
never being one to shy away from a drink, looks at Ragnar and says, it's like you read my mind. And then grabs Ragnar and we head off towards the pub.
All right. Is that an agreed upon party decision?
Yep.
Yep.
So this will just
All right.
follow after the two of them, knowing once they've got drink on their mind, there's no changing it.
As you begin to make your way towards the tavern, let's see. Though you get the sense that none of you are particularly fitting in, even for adventurers, no one seems to notice as you stroll through the courtyard. Heads hung low remain low, whispered talk and solemn conversation chattering about you and passing over you, like you weren't really there, save a clipped greeting in your direction here or there. What everyone turns their heads to notice, however, is the music. Trotting and thunderous almost. Let me actually see if I do it. Did I prepare some music for this? I thought I did. Maybe I didn't. I sure didn't actually, so don't worry about it. So just imagine in your head. I'll set the scene again. Trotting and thunderous, it begins like a solemn bass line to the howling wind cutting low into the valley before rising. Hard drums intermingling with low, somber chanting. From up the northwestern road, a slow parade of people march through the town center. Faces turn to catch them. Hands thrown up in reverence at the massive, ornate dais carried around the front of the procession, hefted by 4 people in dark robes. In a train behind them, more robed figures work in pairs to carry person-sized wrapped bundles of black cloth. Some among the bystanders fall to their knees in abject sobbing as they watch this. Anyone who wants to could give me a history, culture, or religion check.
Give you a religion check.
What we got there? Sorry, I was a little away from. There we go. Okay, all right. So with a 16, all right, 16. Peace in your travels, as you recall, you spent a lot of time, moving through different religious sects and trying to preach your message of passivity to different cities and cultures. As you travel through Eflaria, you recall a time as you moved through after a big battle between a local guard skirmish between 2 border towns. Afterwards, there was a ceremony wherein people carried the bodies of all the fallen through the town towards the local sort of ceremony, a cemetery or temple, to bury them. And as this procession moves through, they sing a low funeral song, and people fall to their knees and sort of offer their last rites and praise to those who have died. So that is currently the procession you are seeing happening in front of you.
Always sad to see a bunch of to see the fallen. Peace will take a knee and offer her own prayers for to the dead.
Will the rest of you do anything?
Stare blankly.
Fair enough.
Get peace and then follow her lead.
So
And
it's just
pretend to pray.
lowers his head and mumbles a bit of prayer to himself.
Ragnar doesn't really get what's going on, but he kind of he kind of tries to like mimic it. He puts his hands together and kind of.
In that case,
Just head down.
Ragnar, could you roll perception for me real quick?
Sure. Oh, I did not have my thing open.
You're good. Take your time. All right. Ragnar, as the rest are sort of offering their moment of silence, you do your best to mimic them, but because you're sort of maybe like, if everyone else is like, sort of like solemnly nodding with their eyes closed, you just kind of lower your head a bit, but you do notice out of the corner of your eye, there is another person sort of beside of you, a townsperson likely, who, like the others, is sort of like very silently sobbing a little bit, just sort of crying perhaps at the scene in front of you. As the funeral procession passes in front of you all, the woman's sobs begin to deepen just a little bit as she looks at one of the sort of bundles of cloths being carried past you, but she does her best to sort of like muffle this and like return to like her sort of normalcy as the caravan passes you all and begins to make its way through the town square. And if you wish, since the caravan is now past you, you can, though the moment may have been a little ruined, still proceed into the tavern. There is always room for a nice solemn moment of silence for the dead, however, so I understand.
I mean, Ragnar's still hungry.
Hey,
but
food
he's
is
not
food.
gonna push. I mean, he's probably gonna like keep eyeing it, but like, just look back and forth.
You do
and
notice
try to-
eventually that people sort of, although some are still maybe lost in their woe or in their sorrow, most after taking some moments of prayer or tears, do eventually try their best to get back to whatever it was they were doing. So it doesn't seem too awkward to like keep moving on after you've had your moment, And so, as you approach the looming figure of the tavern, you can pick up faint chatter rising from beyond the closed door. Barely even at said door, excuse me for just a moment. Barely even at said door, you can already smell the wafting scent of grilling meat and the musk of fresh ale. The noise here is only slightly more alive than the otherwise quiet town. But even in this place of reverie, there appears to be a sense of awareness, even as if recent tragedies still hang over the heads of these smiling faces you see pouring back drinks to forget. A man in barge dress plucks along the strings of a lute, eliciting a slow and relaxed melody that still has notes of reverie in it. Let me begin to play that music. Switching the tones up. There we go. This is my first time playing with the audio, by the way, folks. So please let me know in chat if you're fucking with the audio.
I mean, me trying to adjust it just to be like louder or quieter doesn't really seem to work in the.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more.
Yeah, you gotta keep your
Yeah, it's
volume
more
up.
just like about me editing it, because it's coming through my sound. So,
It's a
chat, let
little
me
bit
know
loud.
if the crowd sounds or any of the music is a little bit too loud or not loud enough. Let's see. Around the tavern, patrons drink and talk. An individual seated at a table sways to the music, his surroundings littered with flagons and cups, one of which still rests in his hand, spilling a frothy liquid to the ground every time he leans too far in either direction. So you guys sort of approach the tavern. You do notice, as you enter in, that there is a sort of lighter blue-skinned woman with fair white hair behind the bar, chatting with one or two people and pouring a drink as she whistles along to the melody. And let me go ahead and, I'm sorry, I need to take a moment to grab you guys' tokens and drag you all over because I had to make a lot of last-second adjustments to this map. I apologize for the delay, chat, and my players as well. Hey, well, that's one of you, right? I wanted
Yeah.
all of you, though. Why you like this? Come on, roll 20.
We're camera shy. We don't want to show up on the board.
Here, let me just do drag select.
They're all trying to be
I
stealthy.
don't want all of that. I just want,
So sneaky that you can't even see my token.
honestly, that's just how stealthy you guys are. There we go.
That's
All
how
right.
stealthy.
Let me try this button now. Let's go over here. Oh no! Emily lost 1,500 EB in gambling. This is why you don't gamble. That's why it's always a trap.
I did
Wait.
that.
No! All right, you all should be able to move your own tokens however you wish. So, as you enter the tavern and you hear the crowd talking and you see some drinking and some other hoopla, what do you wish to do, my friends?
Well, Peace is going to walk up to the bartender.
Let me see.
Barkeep.
Let's see. Let me see. Where did I'm pretty sure I wrote an encounter for her. So, you make your way towards the bar maiden, and she appears to be a rather lively folk. She sort of almost flits about the bar, occasionally going to the oven back here, over to the sack of grain, and then back to the bar and pour another drink and hand it off to someone else, and then maybe whistle a bit of the song. But as you approach, you do notice, boop, there she is, her appearance to the lot of you. There we go. So she walks up and she says, just, "Greetings, friend. I don't believe I've seen you before. You from around here?"
From around here. Peace is from the Southlands, actually. And you?
Peace, as in your name. Well, that's a unique one. Folks around here
Hey.
call me Just Jana. Full name's Pale Brew, but Just Jana's fine. I'd like to welcome you and, again pointing, sort of noticing the relative crew you walked in, your friends back there, to the Frozen Throne.
Frozen Throne, eh? Nice name.
Yes, yes, everyone eats like a king here. Or queen, as it were, she sort of says, giving Peace a once-over. She also then, will look back to the others and sort of flag you down. Just, come, please.
So Sylvis had been just keeping an ear out to see if there was any gossip, sort of, that he could overhear on their way in.
Sylvis,
or-
what's your passive perception, if you don't mind? It should be on your character sheet. Wait, what is it?
It's the skill or
No,
something else?
it should say somewhere you should say passive perception.
Underneath the skill selection.
Oh, also let me get the. Oh, no, I'll keep her on screen for now. Why not?
Oh, 10 is passive wisdom perception.
Oh, cool. Also, give me 1 second. I'm adjusting the camera view for everybody on stream. I keep forgetting that I have to actually fix the view. Sorry, guys. New stream tech. You know how it be. Cool. All right, we in here like swimwear. Right. Anywhere. Sorry. What is it again?
10.
10? Well, that's more than enough. You will notice that there is one individual off sort of in the corner, I guess maybe this lively fellow right here, who he kind of sways back and forth. Again, there is a whole bunch of just flagons of different meads all around him. You can even, because you're a foxfolk and have a better sense of smell, you can notice this sort of the stench of mead about the air before you even notice anything else about the man. It hangs off the furs and leathers that make up the drunk's clothing on his breath as he spews his way through an off-key rendition of the song the bard in the corner was playing, albeit with some personalized language. Your eyes on him aren't unnoticed, however. Slouching forward in his chair, the man pounds his hand against the table while looking at you and says, "I got 30 gold if your scrawny ass thinks you can drink me under the table."
Ragnar walks over and says, "Deal." It sits in the chair.
Is
Wait.
that is Ragnar's current action?
Yes.
Alrighty then. Ragnar, and let me probably resize you guys' token a little bit because they're a little bit too big. That's my fault. So Ragnar will slide his way over, and almost this man over here in the challenge will kind of move off to the side. You do notice as this happens that the moment you say this, the crowd around almost begins to perk up a little bit, and you began hearing a little bit
Eggs in this part?
of some a little bit of some chanting going around. All right, so Jana will literally immediately, the moment this happens, Jana will turn to Peace and simply say just, "Oh my, well, business calls." And so she'll say, come, you'll want to see this. And then she'll immediately grab 2 really big flagons and a big bottle of ale, and she'll hurry her way over to the table, place them both down on the table there, and begin to pour them. She'll begin to start pouring the 2 flagons of ale, and say, "All right, gentlemen, I assume you 2 both understand the rules, but for those who might be uninitiated," she says, like sort of pointing to the crowd around, "I'll explain these very, very simply. You drink till you drop. First one that drops and/or calls it quits is done." So I'll explain how this works. It's actually very, very simple, right? So you both, every round, you, Ragnar, and the other person will take a Constitution saving throw. So she'll pour the first round of drinks. The man will sort of like wipe his face a little bit, kind of get himself back in the zone. He'll look at you and say, "To your health, mate," and then just begin to take that whole drink back. No, not even a stop for breath. Takes the whole drink back, slams the flagon down on the table, and the crowd just has a quick one about it. And Jana will then pour a drink for you, Ragnar.
All right. Do I just click Constitution?
Go ahead. Or that should be under saving throws.
Oh, okay. Then not this one. Oh, okay.
All right. So, you take that first drink down with no problem. You just, again, you figure if that's the way of the challenge, then again, similar to Oleg, you just take the whole drink nice and far down, and then just to really show off, you slam it down and you belch a little bit of dragon flame out of your mouth, just a little bit, just to really get it going. So Jana will kind of look at you convincingly. She'll kind of nod, and then taking the same bottle will pour you both up one more round. The drunk man, aside from you, will take his again. He'll look at it for a second, and then just hammer it on back. Let me go ahead and make that con save for him if you don't mind. That's a 10. So the man will hammer that drink on back. Same manner. He'll puff his chest out. You do notice that his chest does seem to kind of like cave a little bit, maybe halfway through. Like he might have had a bit of a trouble with the chug there. But he does take the whole drink down. He drops it and does maybe give a little bit of a sway. So Ragnar, you want to go ahead and take yours now?
Oh yeah, I rolled.
He already rolled.
Oh, another one?
You got another 21.
Yeah,
all right.
those
Well,
two,
so same deal. You tell me how do you handle the second drink?
About the same as the first, but maybe with no burp at the end, because you don't want to do it twice.
Yeah. It's not as much fun the second time. So
you only got
yeah.
it off.
But as you take the second drink back, you will notice that maybe a couple of people in the crowd seem to be a little impressed. Maybe a little. They kind of like, okay, all right, this kid knows what he's doing. Jana will say, "Well, all right now, you don't drink too fast, little guy." She'll turn to you again and begin to pour up a third round. This time, the man will sort of hesitantly nod over at you, as sort of inclining to Ragnar to handle his drink first.
Oh, so I'm going first.
If you would like to.
Sure.
The
Oh.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. That means you have now increased a stage of drunk. So, you go from sober to tipsy now. Still no penalties.
Oh, okay.
But you are on the next stage. All
We're
right?
feeling it now.
I'm feeling it, Mr.
You are
Ted.
definitely feeling a slight sort of buzz in your head. Maybe, a little slight tingle behind the ears, if you will, as you take that drink. The man will then sort of, noticing that maybe you seem to have maybe squished a little bit of an eyebrow there. He'll then try his own luck at it, thinking he maybe has it, and he'll start chugging it. You maybe even notice a little bit of the beers kind of coming out of the sides of his mouth and onto his beard almost. He sort of chugs it, and in fact, when he puts the beer down, you can even see there might even be like the slightest swallow of mead left still in there. He just goes, oh my. Yes, that's good stuff, huh? Oh, boy.
Can
Another
Ragnar
one!
say-
And
Ragnar
so,
say you shouldn't waste that.
sorry, one more time?
Can Ragnar say you shouldn't waste any?
The dwarf will look and say, and what'd you say, Ron? He'll look at the cup and say, aye! And then take another bit of the swig back, really shake his head. He's, you notice, like, he almost can't even seem to sit still. Naturally, he's almost got a little bit of always sway going to him, just a little bit. And Jonna will say, well, that wasn't a tap out, so... And she'll, you guessed it, pour the next round up. Ragnar, go for it.
All right.
Uh-oh. So, as you take that next drink down, you are definitely
wasn't a
noticing that
map
it's maybe the meat's starting to kind of get to you if you don't slow down at all. So that's you are now down from tipsy to drunk, and now take disadvantage on any intelligence or wisdom-based skills, checks, or saves.
Eh, good thing I'm a sorcerer then.
Do you wish to tap out?
Never.
All right. The man will look, noticing that you definitely seem to be feeling that liquor, and he's maybe thinking like, all right, I might be a dwarf, but this is a gnome in front of me. I got a little bit more meat on me than him, so if he's hitting his limit, then maybe I can just push it a little bit. And he'll go ahead and try to take that drink on down. And despite seeming like he's maybe on his last ropes, he sort of rallies like a second wind almost, and just sort of takes the drink down. And since you called him out last time, you'll notice that when he puts it down, he doesn't just put it down. He like knocks the goblet over so nothing spills out, so you can just see like, yeah, don't waste any, right? And he's still swaying, and he sort of says, oh boy, I'm not done with this yet. But he's definitely like, he's not even like looking at Ragnar directly anymore. He's kind of just like wobbling back and forth a little bit. And Jonna will say, I don't know, friend. I don't think I want to kill you. And you, tiny one, when's the last time you ate?
When was the last time Ragnar? Is there?
You guys made camp like the night before, and
You're
probably like
coming
broke like a meal in the morning. So I'd probably say like like 6 or so hours ago.
Okay, yeah, the Ragnar's definitely pretty hungry.
Solid. So, well,
Drinking on an empty stomach.
despite not tapping out, she'll pour up the next round. The man will take his glass and say, same time then, mate?
Sure.
And the crowd will just sort of go up in tears, and then even begin to sort of like say like, they are asking you to drink. They want you guys to go at it. So they are feeling it. And so at the count of 3, the man offers his head up, or his glass up, and just begins to take his drink back. So let's go ahead and make those con saves happen, huh?
All right.
Uh-oh.
Wait, what?
Oh! The nat 20! Well, I rolled the nat 20. Joe rolled the 6.
Yep.
Yikes. So the man sort of takes his drink all the way back. And Ragnar, as you maybe a little bit ill-advised, begin to take your drink back, you could certainly feel maybe a little bit of something that's not your usual acid spray rising from your throat. And so you are now down up to stage 4, which is Queasy. Disadvantage on Constitution-based skills, checks, and saves.
Oh, no, you have disadvantage now? Oh no.
Oh boy.
Yep. So
I'm getting it easier now.
the man will look. He definitely recognizes, like, you guys are definitely probably the same level of drunk here. He's like, all right, this kid's as fucked up as I am, and I've been drinking since like 6 this morning. You know, I can handle one more. And he's like, all right, Jonna, one more for the road, eh? And Jonna's like, all right, but if I have to drag your body back to your wife, then it's not my problem, kid. And she just, she literally has to go back to the bar, grab one more bottle, come on back, and pour up another round. How's Ragnar feeling?
At this point, Ragnar can't really talk, so he just kind of smacks the table. Like I said, a lot of his movements are like the way a kid acts. Like when a kid wants something, he just kind of smacks the table.
All right, well, sounds like
Plus
you better
two
get
to
to drinking
Ragnar's
then, kiddo.
Oh, did you say +2?
Plus 2 to your roll.
Spree, I'm sorry, we cannot redeem rules for our own games.
But why?
Because that's cheating.
It's not even for myself.
Nope, that's cheating. Sorry.
No, Emily wanted to, but doesn't have the points.
All right, fine. I will allow that for Emily in this one instance. So yes, you can have a +2 to your roll for this time, Joe. But remember, you are at disadvantage, so get that roll going. Make it happen.
Hey.
Oh,
Damn!
yeah, damn.
Wow, damn, son. All right, and then
That was
our
really
friend
bad.
will roll.
So 20. Are you trying to kill us?
Damn,
guys?
son. Well, you will both just sort of take it on nice and far. Just and like the man sort of sloshes around a bit. He's definitely not feeling it, and so he's definitely feeling a little, you know,
A little
little swaying. He's swinging, eyes closed, just swinging. Same tavern, same friends. If you're looking for me. Same tavern, same friends. If you're looking, shout out to Drake, by the way. Anyway, yeah. So that's it. At this point, Jana's looking at you both and just going, I don't know if in good consciousness I can do this, but you're all paying for these drinks, so I'm gonna pour you another round. And she goes to pour up one more round.
International audience is approving of this content. And also you have a
Well,
-2
you
on
heard
the next
you
roll,
heard the
so-
German. Drink up.
What?
Yep. Timmy Tim has redeemed a -2
Oh no, that's a -2
Oh,
on a
man.
disadvantage.
at disadvantage still.
All right. Do I roll?
Make it happen, Ragnar.
Oh boy.
Oof.
Ragnar, you go to take that last drink, and it's like
Who's
like you
drinking
feel
first?
the alcohol on your tongue slip into like your gullet, and it's like very clear that you're like it's like you don't even remember processing the taste. You just ga-thunk. And let's let our friend do the same.
Another nat 20.
He does not fare much better. So for chat, the way this works is when the drinking contest starts, technically the initial DC is just a DC 5, but it's +1 for every drink, +3 for every level of drunkenness you're on. The problem was our friend began this encounter at level 3 drunk, so yeah, he just passed out too. So literally, you both just go to take your drink and just bunk, and the crowd just. The crowd just wait. Sorry, where? Let me make sure I find the right encounter for this. The crowd just loses their shit. The crowd goes wild. Fucking everyone's just like yes, woo! It almost feels like they maybe like in like a moment of levity, everyone just kind of forgot, you know, all the sad shit that was going on around them. Everyone just clapping and cheers. People are walking up to like the drunk, passed out bodies of Ragnar and like picking them up and like dancing with them and like it's all good. Everyone's having a great time. Unfortunately, everyone's having a great time, and so we'll leave that. Jana will come over to Peace and say, well, normally I charge you all for the drinks, but I'd say for the show, and since everyone seems to be a little picked up, they're free. Also, and sort of hand you a small key, there's a room upstairs for your friend.
P says, thanks, friend. Would you also happen to have any sort of victuals for poor Ragnar here? He hasn't eaten in 6 hours.
Well, love, you are in the tavern, so I'd say you probably found the right place. You all sit down, get your friend upstairs, and I'll find you something nice I can whip up around here. We don't have too much. Raids have been seeing our supplies taking a little low, but I'll do what I can.
Can I try to discreetly pass her like 10 gold to cover the cost of the alcohol and the food?
Feel free. Sleight of hand.
Yes.
Chat, I have so many windows up. This is the life. 13, not bad. So almost without even noticing, like she'll sort of just be like, all right, be right back. And like as her hand comes out and she like whiffs around, you just kind of like drop the gold in her hand to the point where she's like, when she brings her hand back, she's just like, I appreciate your kindness, and just head on downstairs and go and start to prep some food while you guys go and get Ragnar into a comfortable bed to get some rest. As you return to the tavern proper while Ragnar rests up. Sorry, did you guys want to do anything? Because currently, I should say, you are technically right now in a room by yourselves in the tavern. So if there's any like more discreet conversations you wanted to have, now would be the time.
All four of us?
Well,
Three.
the three of you. One of you's unconscious.
Not including Red.
And an
All,
unconscious.
all three of us and the corpse of our gnome friend.
The corpse of our gnome friend.
1 hour in and I've already gotten one of you knocked down. Damn, I'm a brutal DM, huh?
Very brutal.
No encounters necessary.
These
Right.
combat encounters are really, really difficult.
So yeah, go ahead. Anything y'all want to do or talk about while y'all up here?
What did she say about resources running low?
Peace would like to inquire.
Also, Peace just like tipped the
Yep.
the barmaid like 100 grand.
Yeah.
Or like a grand.
Yeah, she gave her like a stack, bro. she's like, does she think I'm a stripper? Like what? I don't know if this is...
Peace will
She's
join
stripper for the tummy.
Jana at the bar.
Alone, or
I heard-
are you taking the others with you?
I kind of want to talk to, or Peace would like to talk with Jana.
All right.
She's
Oleg Ragnar takes charge of dragging that has been procured for us.
Just leave the food on the bed, just like, here, you fucking moron. Whatever you wake up.
Hey, not bad for a first time and half starved, huh?
Silvus, anything you want to do, or you want to head down with Peace?
To give you lessons.
You want to join me, Silvus?
Silvus will take a seat by the bar, but he'll keep his ears out, just trying to listen to the chatter of the bar room.
Word. All right, so as you two come down, Silvus, do you mind rolling a super quick perception for me? Let me alt-tab back into the chat window again so I can see the shit.
Oh boy, I have such great perception.
I believe in you. Good enough. As you are making your way down, I'll give you advantage on that anyway. I was gonna give you advantage on that anyway, by the way. So as you head down towards the bar, Silvus, you do notice that Jana, before she notices you two, is currently chattering with one of the patrons at the bar, and you'll kindly pick up as you're coming down. You can hear her say, "No, he hasn't even come by for his usual smokes. I have to say, I'm worried about him. Has anyone checked in on him since the last attack?" And then you'll hear the patron just say, "No, I don't think anyone wants to go around the shop right now." And then, as like before the sentence can continue, you two will come down and notice, and she'll turn and just say, friends! I'm assuming the little one's asleep?" And then she'll like hand you both a plate of sort of like a fine, like a fine kind of like strip of meat with like some vegetable garnish beside it, and like a nice flagon of what seems to be some kind of like finer wine.
Peace is instead of going to talk, going to immediately dig into the meal.
So much for investigation, huh? All right, let me go figure out what this food.
All right. While the cat stuffs her face, I'll just strike up a bit of conversation with the bartender. So I know from when we've arrived, there's been some news of attacks on supplies in your town. Is there anything more that you could tell me? And I'll bring out the coin once more.
Bring the fucking coin
Say,
out. You gotta bring.
perhaps-
Listen, when in doubt, bring the coin out. All
bring
right.
the coin out. Perhaps.
When in doubt, bring the coin out.
Perhaps you could help
Jana
out.
will sort of like kind of like put an elbow on the bar as she's like, pouring a drink to somebody else and like handing them a flagon. Then she'll kind of take the coin and say, "An adventurers group? Huh, we get all kinds of new people around here. Yes, we've been suffering a rash of bandit attacks around here. Terrible shit, I have to say. Just nonsense. They come in, they take all of our things, and maybe even some people every now and then, kill anyone who gets in their way, and then run on off. We have too many funeral ceremonies going by. I'm sure you noticed the procession as you were on your way in. We seem to be getting more of those these days. Old friends not coming around, and people just acting different, I guess. Hell, I've even been losing grain and meat shipments recently."
What do you mean by people acting different? What's going on with that?
She'll sigh a bit and say, "Old man Thaedril works the blacksmith in the town. He's friendly folk when he wants to be, but doesn't get out of the house much. But he always comes around and grabs his smokes from me, usually. I haven't seen him since the last attack. I'm worried."
How long has it been since the last attack?
"Not too long. A few days, but normally his weekly check-in was the day after the attack, so for him to not make it by for this long, I can't imagine he has that many smokes left, and that old crump smokes."
Well, if you'd like, we could pay him a visit when we get the chance. Where does...
"You do
where
that
does
for an old
Captain-
girl? Oh, you are just the sweetest." She'll sort of turn for a drawer and say, and pull out a small sack of about 10 gold pieces. About 5 or so gold pieces, and also a small sort of pack of like brown cigars, and say, "If you don't mind, bring these to him if you could see him, and tell him that I'm thinking about him. I'd heavily appreciate it."
Alright, I'll take both of those and pocket them.
She'll point sort of off out of a window to the east and say, "Take the old road out east and head down. As you hit for the edge of the town, you'll come across the blacksmith. You can't miss it. I hear it got a little bit messed up in the last attack, so you shouldn't be able to miss it.
Very well.
Feel free to stay and let your friends eat for a while. I know your little one's upstairs sleeping."
Alright, and with that, I will take a sip of the wine.
Okay, and so John will just say, "Well, if you'll pardon me, I have other customers to take care of," and she'll sort of head over to begin, flitting about the bar and taking care of people, making food, yada yada yada, stuff like that. And with that, we'll give you guys some time just for anything else you might want to do. I know, Oleg, you're currently upstairs with Ragnar. Who's
Ending
unconscious
to
right
our
now.
fallen comrade.
Ragnar, could you give me, without disadvantage, one more Constitution saving throw? Just to
Sure.
determine how long
Can
you're
I
going to be
also
out
ask,
for.
would I have to roll
That's
anything for
pretty
Ragnar to be able to eat
high
while he's
on
asleep?
Huh?
Would I have to roll anything for Ragnar to be able to eat while he's asleep? Because he eats a lot,
I mean,
and I'm thinking.
how about you?
maybe
Yeah, go ahead and roll that con save for me, and we'll see how out of it you are. Let's see.
Kind of out of it.
So yeah, you're definitely not eating right now. You're out of it right now. You're slumped, but you're probably not gonna be out for too long. Maybe like an hour or two. Just like a quick, like a nice little power nap. Will probably get you set up. So maybe like an hour or so later, you wake back up, and maybe the food's like a little bit cold, but it's not too bad. She had like a nice. She made you, like, knowing you need the energy, made like a nice fresh pot of like stew with like some good meats and potatoes and other stuff in it. So she had made that for you. So you're good to go once you wake up. The rest of you can kind of just hang out. Is there anything else the rest of you want to do while Ragnar recovers his strength, as it were? I know Peace is also stuffing her face currently, which is fine. You don't have to
Yes,
do that.
because food.
Yeah, feel free to,
Well, I
if you
still
want
need to get something in me,
Fair enough.
and I'm talking about food.
Yeah, we're not playing Cyberpunk. We're talking about food, guys.
Yep. No.
So after I made sure Ragnar is safely asleep on his side.
Yes.
All right. So as we let time progress and pass for a while, you will eventually, as you finish your food, you'll exit the tavern and make your way back towards through the town. Move through town square for a bit. Walk past, see some people. It's been about a bit. It's been clicking course towards the end-ish of the day, but like it's not like sunset yet. The sun's maybe starting to lower a little bit in the sky. And as you sort of pass through from the central town square to an area more forested and covered with more, I'd say like trees and tree cover than like actual buildings, you do sort of follow the winding road to what a very standout-ish shop that looks to be a very old, almost dome or sort of half-cylinder built building with a two-strong a chimney stack going out behind it, which doesn't seem to be blowing out any smoke. There are two large windows at the front, one of which is very cleanly shattered as if something struck it. the outward sort of area of the store also seems pretty damaged. There's a very distinct slash mark going through the front door, and the sign outside the door, which does say, I think I named the blacksmith. Give me 1 second. I'm so sorry. Normally I have this pulled up already. Actually, you know what? Here, let me. Why am I ad-libbing?
The melanated smith.
Yeah, I hate you. Okay. Walking down the cold stone streets of Sanguine, you find yourself at the edge of the old district. Straight carved roads begin to wind to labyrinthine, lightly forested pathways. The sun is now high on the sky, painting the land in rays of light just as you approach the front of a humble, if sizable, homestead. The road continues off to the northwest, but the side path which takes you towards the building looks oft trodden and worn. A sign rests at the junction between the two roads, or at least used to, as it looks to have been cut down at the mast, now collapsed into two pieces. Ahead, a short set of stairs leads into a high porch and a large round door. There appears to be some light damage to the home, as a front window is smashed and the main door looks to have taken some slashes from a blade of some kind. A scent-based... Oh, sorry, that's not part of the thing. So yeah, I'm assuming you guys will approach the door? Would anyone like to give me a scent-based perception check?
Sure.
As we have two people who are animal-like in nature, I will say...
Use my superior dwarven nose.
You two will have
I'm a
advantage.
cat!
Well, that's,
I mean, if you're trying to
the
smell
superior
out,
dwarven
like,
nose clearly prevailed. I'm just saying.
metals and ores and stuff.
Oh, and that's
maybe.
Michelle. Okay, so
We
Michelle
are
did
in the
great.
blacksmith shop.
Sorry, so, Peace, let's see, so you notice the waft of a pungent herb burning even before you enter the door. As you approach the door, it's just, you can literally sort of hear it, or sort of smell it. Not here. You can smell it through, almost like through the door, maybe even like wafting out of that big hole in the window. It's a very pungent herb. If you want, anyone else want to take the check for scent, or just you
I
two?
did. No.
All right. If the people who took the check, if you want to also give me a quick nature check.
Could I use medicine instead?
No. Actually, yes.
Okay.
You know what? I will allow either. Go ahead and you can roll medicine if you want. That's fine. Which went better for you. Peace.
Good thing he let you take the medicine check.
Peace. You recognize the scent as one you've so you again because you kind of like became active not too long after the war ended. You spent a lot of time moving through different like refugee camps and stuff like that, and maybe healing temples. And you do recall occasionally, for sometimes people who are in extreme amounts of pain or dealing with different things, there's an herb called white wintercress. It's a strong substance that sometimes people will either use as a salve or occasionally just grind up and smoke, which said to give a calming effect and occasional pleasant hallucinations. The door, you all will notice, isn't locked.
Oleg, eager to potentially meet a blacksmith in this town, takes the lead and barges in the unlocked door, yelling, "Oi, Mr. Blacksmith! How you doing?"
As you barge in, the first thing you notice is the quiet. There is no one in here, mostly. Phaedral's shop looks a little disheveled, but does not appear to be in disrepair, save for the broken window. Nothing is overtly damaged, and rows of blades and other weapons still line the walls. There are no customers about the store in front, which would almost be unsettling if not for the singular, stocky man you can see sat in a chair, heavy plated boots up on the counter, drawing an inhale from a thick cigar between his gnarled fingers of his right hand. As the tip of the lit cigar glows in orange warmth, the man leaves it between his lips and puffs a thick cloud of smoke out of his nose, adding to the already present haze about the room. "Unless John has sent you with my smokes, get out."
She send us with the smokes.
I'll let out a laugh as I unpocket the patch of coins and the smokes. Well, as it just so happens, that's why we're here.
The man will hold up a hand as if indicating he would like a toss.
All right.
Dexterity check.
Nah, you're fine. It's not fine.
Just
You
missed.
you don't want to make me do checks with how I've been going.
What is your dexterity? Like, what's your stat? I was gonna say, just like, what's your stat?
My dexterity itself is 16.
Oh, yeah, come on. Yeah, no, you don't need that. You easily just toss both over. He catches both, and you, as you all get closer, come face to face with. Give me 1 second. I have to move the things back over. Here we go. Face to face with this older looking face. A dwarven man, bedecked in what looks to be some kind of armor, sits in front of you, leaning back into a chair. His face is knotted in a very, very stern scowl, and the one good green eye you can see is lowered in a gaze at you all. The other seems to be covered by an eye patch. His body is covered in a wealth of scars, most of which rather old. He's not fully wearing his plated armor. You can see a shoulder pad off to the right and another off to the left, which he appears to be going to, waiting to go and gather and put on. Leaned against the wall next to him is a large, black-bladed, hooked sword that looks to have seen maybe more combat than any of you have ever known. And he sits there with his cigar still between his lips. Having caught the other pack of cigars, he will throw the sort of not like almost finished one he has it off to the side, unwrap another, and then sort of begin to pat around for his pockets and just say, "She didn't send you with a light, did she?"
Well, Ragnar has a fire spell, but it is like a bolt.
What?
I will handle this.
All right.
So with that, Sylvis will use his cantrip to produce a little blue flame in his hand, holding it up for the blacksmith to use as a light.
Phaedra will like kind of quirk an eyebrow and then kind of take the light, take another quick inhale of his cigar, and just say, "At least you lot are useful. Phaedra Hillgrip, what can I do for you?"
Well, we were hoping to find out more about the bandit attacks that have been plaguing your town.
And John, I didn't feel like filling you in.
I just thought that you would.
If you did, we wouldn't be here now, would we?
Phaedra will
Yeah,
turn.
Ragnar's like half listening, but he says, "Who's taking the food?"
Phaedra will turn and look over at Oleg and just say, he wants to, he looks like he almost wants to mouth off at you for a minute, but then will turn and just say, "Nothing less from a cousin, aye? Dwarves, smart-mouthed."
Hey, we managed to survive this long, huh?
"Yeah, some of us better than the others," he says, and then sort of you'll notice he'll wiggle what would be his left arm, but instead is a stump that ends right before the elbow. He'll then sort of kind of take a really big stretch, popping some incredibly old-sounding bones. Cerna's the bastard's name. Runs a gang of berserkers up in the mountains. I hear they like running us down every now and then. They come in, take our supplies, and our loved ones, especially the young. Kills anyone who gets in their way, and retreats back. I'd give you a why if I had one, but then I'd be lying to you. I can't even recall how
Don't
many
do
years he
anything
spent.
about it.
Sorry, one time.
And the guards do nothing about it.
The guards fight back when they can, and get overrun just like the rest of us. In fact, I think out of every time they've attacked, you're looking at the only person who's ever fought them back and lived. Twice. Now.
And how many are in this guy's group?
Dozens, easy. But not that many. He kills off the weak ones, at least.
Any idea what they do with the young ones?
We just never see them again.
Did he
Phaedra
say?
then kind of sort of Phaedra sort of looks off, maybe almost sort of half gazed, looks off to the top and says, "I fought in the war, killed dozens, maybe more. And after all that bloodshed, I settled here because I wanted something better, something peaceful. Most who did never found it. I certainly didn't. For a while, I had a woman, daughters. Bloody bastards taking them all from me now. He'll then kind of you can almost see like a slight maybe tear fall out of one eye. Well, the only eye you can see.
Can Ragnar go over and just kind of put his hand on his shoulder?
Could you roll a persuasion check for me?
Sure.
Let me see. Sorry, didn't have my chat up. Very well rolled.
Damn.
Phaedril, though he does
That
seem
sounds
to
terrible.
maybe flinch the slightest as you approach, doesn't deny the hand on the shoulder, and will say, "I thank ye, but I don't need comfort anymore. Twice now I've let that bastard come down here and take something from me, and now he's taken my youngest. I'll rip his damn heart out myself if I have to." He'll then sort of go to rise from the chair, and... Peace, could you give me a medicine check?
Hey. See.
Oof. Actually, sorry. Peace, what's your passive perception?
14.
Oh, much better. Never mind. Fuck that shit then. So as he gets up, you notice that, as I mentioned, he is covered in plenty of old wounds. You can see for a fact he's missing an eye and an arm. A lot of his wounds look old, scarred over, and sort of left. But there are definitely a few recent ones that might even still be bleeding and have only been kind of taped up. The Thadriel certainly does not look for the better, but he does his best to still rise and move to grab his sword.
Peace moves forward, and immediately tries to stop him with from grabbing his sword. You're still injured.
And if I don't
Give
go
me
now,
one-
then she's already dead.
Hold on a
Easy,
moment.
cousin. If you do go, you'll both be dead.
And I'll have earned that death. You should know that more than anybody else.
Who did they take?
His youngest. Give me
Youngest.
give me a moment and we'll back you up. But first, I'm going to use healing word on this on
Michelle, real quick, how much does your healing word restore? As far as
him. It's a 1d4, but it's plus another d4 if I cast it at second level, which I'm going to do.
well, before you do that, as you look over his wounds, you do notice that he looks pretty badly injured, to the point where even a cure, your healing spell would probably maybe get him to the point where he could move comfortably, but you don't think he would really be in an optimal fighting shape even if you gave him a healing spell and a day or two to rest. He would probably need he needs to recover.
Listen to me. You're standing. You're barely standing. I bet you couldn't even swing that sword if you needed to. Just
I cut the four of you
take a
down
rest.
before you. I cut the four of you down before you blinked. I was a blade master, damn it.
And how is your daughter going to handle things when she sees you like this?
Could you roll persuasion for me?
Okay.
He will spend several moments with his hand still stretched toward his sword, thinking about it, before eventually he just very solemnly collapses back in the chair, takes a puff of the cigar, and then looks at you. And for maybe the first time, that very sharp gaze seems to lax a little bit and just says, "Find her for me, please."
Then if you could give us all the information you have on these pieces of
It's okay. You can curse, Michelle. It's okay. It's all right.
This is not a
It's not a child-friendly stream. You can do your thing, love.
Cyberpunk stream too, normally.
We do a cyberpunk stream.
Right,
Not-
I'm
delayed
also
on
an acolyte of a religious order.
Yeah,
I shall
think
not blaspheme.
Oh,
does
fair
Peace
enough.
know how to curse?
Say gosh darn instead.
These pieces of poopy.
These hell spawn.
All right. Understanding your sentiment,
Uh.
Phaedril, will he'll kind of like sort of rise and like he'll go back for the sword, but rather than like like kind of drawing it, he'll kind of use it as like a walking sort of implement and like hobble back towards a shelf where he'll come back with. Let me actually move him out of the way now so y'all can see it. A map of the area, kind of like that one we have right here. Let me also move this out of the way on the player cam so that the stream can see the map. And so he sort of points to an area here-ish, maybe like a little bit further north in the hills, and just says, "Far as we know, the bastards are based in here. An old mine they hollowed out and decided to make their home for a bit. We don't know how many they are, whether they have any scouts in the hills, but every party we sent out after them hasn't come back. Chalk it up to the cold north, the mountains, or the bandits. If you're gonna head up there, I'd advise you head out. You follow the road you follow the road out of the town into the north. The mountains will sort of quickly head off into a forested path. Stay as tight as you can to those roads. Any obstacles you encounter, just make your way around, and avoid falling." He'll then turn and sort of wryly say, "Questions? Comments? Concerns?"
How about the skills of these bandits? How they fight, how they think.
So Thadro will sort of take a second to think and just say, "Most of them fight like any other berserkers. Charge in, seek the biggest blood they can. Some of them are a little more wily and smart. They'll go for the weak ones among the groups, pick off whatever they can. They're not shy to ambush either if they think about it cleverly enough. This berserker, he's brazen, but he's not stupid. And the bastard himself, I trained for 15 years of my life to become a blade master and spent another 13 fighting in this war. I don't think I've ever been challenged the way I have except by this one. Took my arm. And my eye." He then will sort of puff chest up and go, "Separate encounters, mind you."
Still.
"If you're heading up to the north, I can only advise one thing. Caution. Use the terrain to your advantage, stay always aware, and do not let yourselves get lost. The wastes are not kind to any of us."
Any advice on how to if we do get lost?
How familiar are you with constellations? He'll then sort of like eye the group.
Guess I'll-
Ragnar doesn't know what a constellation is.
Thadro will kind of like, take a minute, like puff his cigar again and just like, palm his head and just say, "The northern maiden pours right up the spine of the mountains. If you line her up with the nearest peak, you're almost certainly going on the right path."
Maiden, eh? Alright.
If there's nothing else, you lot should get moving.
Thank you.
Is there anything?
No, not that I know.
Oh.
Take it easy.
He'll
We'll bring her back to you. And if we can't, I hope you'll settle for that bastard's head.
I'll settle for anything at this point.
One question. Do they have any mages with them?
I've not seen any in their raids. Doesn't mean they have none, just that we haven't seen them.
Very well.
He'll then sort of offer you a very keen salute and sort of gesture towards the door. And with that, I think we have possibly hit a pretty good spot to take our break. How are y'all feeling? This is a good time to bio break, you think? Well, this isn't going to be like our Neon Lights break where it's super long. Maybe just do like a quick little 7 or so minute bio break. Let people get up, grab a drink, run to the bathroom, refill their coffee, stretch, stuff like that. We feeling cool with that, guys?
Sounds good to me.
All right.
Sounds good.
Well, then you guys, my loves, I'm going to bring you... I didn't make an intermission screen for this because I didn't have enough time. So I will bring you guys back to the intro screen for a minute while we go ahead and let ourselves bio break up. But come back because we are certainly so far from done when we resume. A bloody...
When we resume,
Tone.
we will all get drunk as hell.
New kind of conflict starts.
Exactly.
Oh, I should have drank some
Less
vodka.
alcohol this
Get the
time.
care.
Hey,
Challenge
listen,
the
do your
bandit
thing,
leader
loves.
to a drinking contest.
All right, darlings. We'll be back in a few minutes, okay? We love you all, and be safe.
like look out for them, and I'm letting them know like, hey guys, you attracted way too much attention doing this shit. Like there's a bunch of Adventurers Guild people like coming here to deal with you guys. Like you need to get out of here.
That's a smart plan. I'm so glad I cut back to live halfway through that. So I love when chat gets to hear you guys talk this shit. It's very, very fun. So we're back. And we have a guest, by the way. I'm a little further back from my mic right now. I'll move in a minute, but I wanted you guys to see that I have a guest. My dog was like, "Hey guys, can I come say hi to the stream?" So
Joe's idea in chat is the best idea, and we should do that.
Facts.
Sorry, I'm getting into character.
Yes.
So yeah, so there we are, and so we're back in
All
chat,
right.
and there's a dog.
Joe,
Hi,
Joe,
everybody.
do I get a drink or not? Nah.
Yeah,
Here,
no,
drip it in my
go get a
microphone.
drink now. Hurry up, you got like 30 seconds.
into
Go.
your ears.
Run, go.
Well,
So yeah,
Chug.
and while Spree's getting a drink, I'll do a quick plug. So yeah, first off, this is my doggo. Her name is Tinker, aka Small Dog, and she's my favorite. If you want to see more of Small Dog, one, she manages to pop in on every RPG stream I do. If I'm streaming anything else, it doesn't matter. Like if I'm on like a 7-day stream, something else, she just doesn't mind her business. But anytime I'm streaming any RPG, she's like, "Aha! Now's my time to pop up on screen and bother people." So she's saying hi to everybody. If you want to see more of Small Dog, I post pictures of her. She might even get a channel specifically in our community server just for pictures of her. And so this is a great time to plug our community server. Neon Lights Roleplay has a new community server up on Discord. If you're watching this on Twitch, which all of you should be because we're not multi-streaming yet because we're broke. But if you're watching this on holy shit! Did I make the Discord command? I think I did. I thought I did. Maybe I didn't. Hold up. Let me see. Did I? I swore I did. Maybe I didn't. I'll fix that later. Don't worry about it. But if you do look if you manage to pop down over on our social links on the channel, there is a link there to pop into our Discord. It's just simple. You pop in, accept the rules, and then you're officially a member. You can hang out in our chat with us. We post all kinds of goofy stuff. We talk about tabletop games. We talk about life. We talk about music. We talk about whatever's going on in the world. We hang out. We goof off. We meet up to play video games sometimes. We post pictures of pets. And we even make memes. Yo, shout out to our friend / newfound mod over in chat and also in the Discord community. Timmy Tim, our main man, who is absolutely going crazy making all kinds of memes like live as this show is going on. And I imagine that's going to be a thing he keeps doing because like he's really good at them and they're hilarious. So like if y'all want to if y'all want to see these memes, which y'all definitely want to see, y'all should absolutely hop in the server, and then you can even like see them live when they get made. Because because I'm streaming, I can't have the Discord up, so I didn't even see them. But like when we went to break, I like hopped over to the server. I was like, "Yo, these memes are hilarious." So Discord link is on the channel. I will get a link in the chat at some point. Don't worry about it. And actually, I'm pretty sure Joe, at some point, whenever you get a moment, I think you're server admin, so you can create links. If you just like creating a permanent link and like linking it in the chat real quick at some point, doesn't really matter. You have to do it right now, but whenever you feel like it, we'll get a chat link for you guys. But yeah, come hang out in our Discord, and we'll talk a little bit more about one other fun thing that happens in the Discord. We won't mention that until end of stream. And yo, it's a pet stream now.
Icon soon, we promise.
Yeah, Small Dog is tired, so she's gonna be over here getting some rest. Yo,
Right,
oh man, Timmy Tim with the listen, making it happen.
With the
wait.
with
You feel me? With the
link.
You feel me with the links?
Hey, Foxy, I don't think I can.
You can't make
I don't
links.
think I can make
and you only made Timmy Tim a mod today.
Yo, honestly,
Oh,
I'm glad I made the decision because there it is. You're a mod. Keep it up, kid. You might even be a server mod soon. You feel me?
Foxy.
I didn't feel like having to go get another glass, so I just have a.
Oh yeah, I have a different bot I use. I don't have Nightbot yet, but I'm gonna add Nightbot too. Thank you for reminding me of doing that.
So
but yeah, so now that we're back with no more, was that something you want to mention, Joe?
Yeah, I can't create invite links.
Okay, I'll worry about that later. Don't worry about that. That's other stuff we'll worry about later. So let's head on back into our session. So we will resume with our adventurers as they begin their adventure into the cold wastes of Eflaria. Heading out of the town, you will begin to head off on a path. The path doesn't really go too many miles outside of the of the town, maybe about a few miles out, about 10 or so miles out, you'll notice that the path kind of diverges off towards, heading off towards the east here, which is not really where you want to go. You want to be going north. So you turn towards a small sort of trodden dirt road and begin to make your ascent up into the cold mountains. So let me begin some howling wind sounds. Yeah, we ambient in here now, boys. We ambient in here. Y'all fucking with ambience?
It's a bit loud.
It's a little loud?
I
Alright.
do not fuck with ambient. Sorry.
It's okay. The howling winds.
All right,
It's exactly
I
how
lowered it a little
it
bit.
sounds
Hear
outside.
over the howling winds.
I
that are
lowered it a
howling.
little bit. Is that better? If it's too loud, I don't know. It's about as low as I can make it. It is howling wind. I have other wind sounds if needed. Here, let's try tundra wind.
Yeah, that one's good.
A little
We
better?
are in an icy tundra area.
Yeah. All right, cool. So we're trekking through the tundra now. Let me get my my tables up. So, this is now where some of the people, you guys actually, even the people who have played with me, haven't really done much of this before. I'm trying out some more like travel mechanics and stuff like that. So we're gonna sort of for people in chat, the way this is gonna work is the party can move about 25 miles per day, which is about 1 hex. And so I will control their little token
I would
here.
have been very concerned
Yeah, sorry, I will
if we
control-
could only move 25 meters.
Oh, yeah,
per day.
listen, that's just how heavy it is, So yeah, I would kind
I
of
mean,
control.
if you tried walking in the snow, it's not easy.
Yeah, that's
It is.
true. So I will control the movement of you guys' token. Don't worry about that too much. Move to another layer, and and then I'll kind of roll random things as things happen.
Well, you're a gnome. Make us snowshoes.
So the first thing that needs to happen as you guys tread off
Or
into
no,
the
Joe's
onto
the
the
gnome.
dirt road path is I'm gonna need. Okay, first off, marching order. How are you guys trekking through the wilds? What are you doing? Who's in what positions? Who's where? What are you guys up to? Give me rough descriptions of what's happening as you guys travel. One at a time, please. We'll start with Ragnar.
You say Ragnar walks toward the front.
Towards the front. All right.
A lot of energy.
A lot of the energy. Are you saying you want to be like the Pathfinder, kind of like forward path? I guess like the Pathfinder. Is that you?
Could.
All right.
I could.
Other people. Oleg, what are you up to?
Oleg is pretty accustomed to traveling in the wilds and navigating, so he's also close to the front.
All right. So we got Oleg and Ragnar up at the front. Sylvis, where are you?
Sylvis is either like the back or the second to the back, and just is like trying to listen for anything, even over this like howling wind. Just trying to make sure nothing catches them by surprise from the sides or behind them.
Ever vigilant. And Peace, what are you up to?
Peace is in the back, keeping track of our position through using the Northern Maiden constellation.
You
As
should
well.
be one in front of me, since you're not paying as much attention to your surroundings.
Fine. So Peace is in front of in front of Sylvis, keeping track of position, as well as using her night vision to peer through the I'm assuming snow and slightly darker shadow from the mountains.
All right. So now that we have marching order established, whoever is, I guess. So since we have Ragnar and Oleg up at the front, who is like surveying the landscape, and Peace sort of keep an eye on the direction using the constellations. It's not currently nighttime. It's morning. Well, it's getting close to night. It's getting like later afternoon, closing towards twilight, but it's not necessarily night yet. So which of you do you feel would be, I guess, the most focus on like actually, charting the path and like keeping the party on task?
Not Ragnar.
Starting the path as far as like navigation, probably me.
All right then, I'm gonna need you to make me a nature check, or nature or survival, either one,
Nature or what?
or survival,
Survival.
either one. Oh, I should probably have my chat window up, huh? All right, with an 11 versus. All right, so. The first thing you'll notice, Oleg, is that even though you maybe expected a sort of maybe slight, because the winds didn't seem too bad as you were on the low ends, the moment your ascent begins, it just things start to pick up a little bit, and you maybe sort of have a little bit of difficulty finding the path, and so you guys are already lost. Let's check temperature. Temperature's about normal for the season right now. A little cold, but not freezing necessarily. I imagine you all have, some kind of protective snow gear. Maybe it's like some furs and things to keep you guys the worst of the cold out. So you're doing okay for now, mostly. As far as other things, the winds are the wind is, despite there being the sort of howling wind in the background as for our ambience. There's not really too much wind right now. It's all right. It's not too bad. So Oleg, give me one more nature check.
Plugged in. I bet that.
All right. You do manage to, although you do get lost at first, after the first, so after about the rest of the day's worth of traveling, and maybe some of you bickering at Oleg for losing the path so fast, you do manage to, just before the sun dips below the horizon line of the mountains and night sets in, you do manage to find yourselves back on the trodden path, and you are back on the path as night sets in. I assume you guys would like to make camp?
Indeed.
Talk me through how that happens. Go ahead and roleplay that out for me, loves.
Well, I'll look around and see, are there any sort of like caves or natural like rock faces that could help give us a little bit of shelter so that we're less visible in our camp, but like we'll still
Perception,
know.
please.
Stop asking me for perception.
No.
It's not good.
Stop asking to perceive things.
Well, can someone else perceive things?
Hey, listen, that's up to you, the party. But you do notice there is off to the left, maybe a sort of like rocky outcropping that sort of hangs over, sort of like not so much a cave, but maybe an impression into the one of the lower mountains that might serve as a good spot to sort of like tuck in and make your camp.
Just close your eyes for it.
Peace is also going to take a sweep since it's getting darker. She can see a little farther.
Is Silva's going to say anything about the enclosure he just noticed?
No, like so from the enclosure, like take a double check, see down the path that.
Well, that's
she's
the
on.
thing. Silva's noticed the enclosure, so.
Guys, perhaps we should make camp for the night. There's a bit of a rock face that we can take shelter near just over there.
Thank you.
Peace has no objections.
Yes.
Sounds good to me.
Hey. Don't call us out in the chat.
Listen, suck to suck.
Gotta in character relay information to each other. Yes.
It's very important. All right, so with that settled, you all will go to make your camp for the evening. Is there anything else anybody else wants to do while they're making camp?
Peace would like to set watch.
All right, Peace takes first watch. What are the others up to?
Can Ragnar look for any animals to hunt?
Feel free. Go ahead and give me a nature or perception. Or survival, if you
Perception.
want.
Drink for every perception check.
Okay, nature.
Every time you fail a perception check, you have to finish.
You gotta finish the drink.
All right. I mean, all my skills are the same level. All
Listen,
those
you better
skills.
get to rolling then.
Yeah, just
Alright.
keep rolling. Rolling.
You
rolling.
do
Oh.
notice
the first one is the
off
first
to
one.
What?
as you're setting up to make your camp, you do notice off to the north there is a couple, sort of a small little family of large bunnies. The bunnies in Eflaria, the rabbits native to Eflaria, are not your typical rabbits we'd find here on Earth. They're larger, maybe about like decent dog sized.
Well, if they're a family,
For everyone.
But you're hungry.
Ragnar is having an ethical dilemma.
Leave the mom and the kids. Kill the father.
Yikes.
Hey.
Okay.
Hey, the mother can raise the kids, and they will propagate the next generation.
You know what? Ragnar's having like
Or say screw gender stereotypes and kill the mother and
Spree,
leave the father.
spree,
Nah.
unironic misinterest.
Nah, free the mother from the trappings of children and just kill the children.
Ragnar's thinking about it. He's having a dilemma. He just kind of sits down and stares off into space.
Befriend the rabbits.
Aren't you guys hungry?
Not
Do
that
we-
hungry.
Also, do none of you have like rations or anything?
We do have rations.
I have rations.
I just ate those.
We stuffed our faces at the inn like yes.
Yeah, I don't think you guys need to worry about
We
eating
didn't
right
stuff
now.
our faces with our rations.
Yeah,
This
no,
wasn't
legit.
necessary
Relax,
food.
guys. You're
Ragnar was
fine.
Looking for extra food.
All right. So, do you want to make camp for the evening and that's it for the night, or anything else you want to do?
Well,
Yes, Oleg gets to work on making fire.
yeah. So
Or would we not want a fire because it would give away our position?
Well, we want
I
like
mean,
a dim fire,
it's
but
cold.
like
We don't want to squeeze to death.
Yeah.
Here's so we make like a fire in a way that the purpose is less to have like a big fire and more to like have hot coals, and then we'll just set our like sleeping spots around the hot coals to keep warm without having too much light.
All right, Boy Scout. Goddamn.
Got tinder rocks and torches, so.
Peace would also like to cast Detect Magic as a ritual, just in case.
Because why not use it before a long rest?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
You don't notice any sort of. Well, I mean, it is sometimes said that the mountains of Eflaria hum with a sort of ambient magic, and you might sort of notice a slight sense of that, but nothing that seems out of the ordinary.
Good to know.
And I can use, I have magic awareness, which specifically says, like, I can detect a spell or a magic item.
Oh well, not.
So
yet.
can I use that?
Same thing I just said to Michelle.
Okay.
Give me one second.
So
So there are no.
while we're getting
Oh.
set up for the evening, I'll
I had to grab
so-
my dice.
Silvus will take out a deck of cards and just, you know, set up to like sort of passing some of the time while they're getting ready for the evening. Just
Peace
doing-
has no
doing-
interest in getting fleeced by Silvus.
no, I'm just doing some card tricks for entertainment. Like I'm like blowing Ragnar's mind. I'm like,
Yeah.
is this your
I
card?
was like, whoa!
Yo.
Sleight of
Is
hand
this your
/
card?
dexterity check to make
It
sure
was!
he doesn't
Whoa!
accidentally drop them in the fire.
With performance, it's less about sleight of hand because Ragnar's not like trying to catch me.
Fair enough. Yeah,
Performance check to
makes more
make sure he
sense.
doesn't accidentally drop them in the fire.
I got 22 on my performance check.
Oh yeah, no.
22,
Fun
wow.
fact. Actually, Tim makes a great point. Rituals don't actually cost a spell slot when you cast them as a ritual.
Oh.
So you literally wouldn't. So I mean, other than just like casting it for the sake of casting it, there's no other benefit to doing it. But,
and
you know.
then once like we have a nice fire set up and we're just gathered around, it's time for Silvus to just tell scary stories about the man-eating yeti in the mountains.
Could you roll
And
for me
how-
a
That
history?
loves gnomes.
Could you roll a
What?
history for me, real quick?
Can what?
History or culture, if you could please. Look,
Both
I'm
of you
making you
two
roll not.
discussing
I'm
magic.
making you roll not perception. You're welcome.
No, where
History.
where
I
would
don't think
Culture
there's
is not
actually a culture roll.
Oh, I'm
Or
too used to playing
culture
like different
skill.
games. You're right. Just give me history.
But
So
I will enhance the spookiness. To who's the least spooked by the story?
let me see.
Probably peace.
Me.
All right. Then we're gonna. How do I use a thing that I have a spell like for?
Just click it.
Whatever. It doesn't want to
Oh, well, what's the spell?
Gonna perform a ritual.
cause fear.
You're gonna cast cause fear?
Yeah, I get one free use of cause fear per long rest, so I
Alright.
might as well.
Well, okay.
Use it to tell spooky stories.
Is there a saving throw for that?
The saving throw is a wisdom saving throw.
Well, are you?
Yes, I'm gonna use
It's one
cause
target,
fear.
right? Or is it every target in range?
It's one creature.
All right. Well, whoever you're casting it on, go ahead and make a wisdom. What is it? Wisdom, right?
Yeah, wisdom.
Yeah. Go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw. Whoever it is.
So you said Oleg? Yeah. Oleg's the least scared, so Oleg.
Oh no.
Oleg is now not the least scared.
So, Sylvis goes to recall a tale about a creature known as the Rhyme Boar that is said to walk the upper mountains and canyons. They're said to be a magically created race made out of spite from the god of frost that exists only to like just wreck travelers and explorers who like set up camp or disturb the wild. Basically, that's the story at least. And where normally Oleg would be like, whatever, I've camped a whole bunch of places. I've never had any stupid frost spore showing up around here. You do see sort of, for some reason, feel a strange aura of fear around the concept of a giant frozen boar running you down.
I think that's reasonable.
Solid respect.
Peace is going
I
to
use magic awareness to catch him casting a spell on me.
Sure, go ahead. So yeah, you do distinctly notice the sort of slight casting of cause fear on you.
I look at what's his name?
Sylvis.
I look at Sylvis and I'm like, I could bash your head in while you sleep, you know.
Great, now everybody's scared.
Oh, okay, yikes.
And that's enough scary stories for tonight, guys. Who wants to get some sleep?
Who's feeling like bed?
First, Peace would like to first make sure that all y'all know how to navigate in case we get separated.
As in, like, they're telling about the whole, like, the star thing?
Yes, so
I mean,
Peace
you
is
were
going
all
to point
there
out the Northern
when-
Maiden.
You were all
She's-
there when the dwarf
I
said it.
literally have a skill that's like
Oh,
you just know the
trying to
general
make
job.
sure everyone will remember it.
Yeah, yeah.
So he's.
All right, so,
Come on, tell us.
all right, so we're heading to bed, and now we're gonna go to the next day,
Okay.
day 2 of exploring in the mountains. You head a little bit further north, and today, the temperature is. It's actually cold. It's cold as shit. It's significantly colder than it normally is.
How cold is the average ship?
Maybe about. Let's see. It's actually. I gotta roll dice for this. Actually, let's see. It is. It is 30 degrees colder than it normally is. So it's about 20. It's about like 20 degrees Fahrenheit right now. It is. It's pretty fucking cold, actually. So you all notice sort of the chill breezing through you, and if you're not gonna top. Oh, and to top it all off, there's also a light wind. So the wind sort of seem a bit more howling than they were a little lower down in the mountains as you all awaken and begin to break camp. In fact, you might even all notice that maybe your fire went out a little bit earlier than you all planned on it. So maybe it's a little bit colder than it was when you woke up. And so you begin to make your trek through the mountains, and as you do, you encounter... not that, sorry. What's that? Let's see, which of you will have this happen to? Okay. Ragnar, as you are all traveling down the road excitedly, moving through, excited to get on to bashing some bandit heads in, Ragnar, while you're bounding and skipping ahead of the pack, you trip over a stern wooden object being that's like seemingly a little buried in the snow.
Oh boy.
Upon further investigation, it appears to be a small sort of like case or chest, maybe about like a slightly bigger than a hand. Does not appear to be locked either.
So I guess Ragnar opens it up.
All right.
Hey, Peace
Oh.
tries to stop. Tries to stop.
So
Do you
who-
actually want to stop him,
Ragnar.
Peace? Peace,
Peace
are
tries
you
to-
actually stopping him?
Peace would like to try to stop and Ragnar from opening the chest.
Go ahead, roleplay it out.
Ragnar, wait! We don't know if it's trapped or not.
But there could be fun stuff in here. Like a hat.
At least let one of us like try to detect if there's any magic.
Can we roll initiative?
It's us. Yes, actually. Both of you roll initiative real quick. Let's see who's faster.
Everyone?
It's
So 13 for Peace.
Oh,
Ragnar, you're faster. Do whatever you want.
whatever you want.
All right. So I assume you're going to open the chest, Ragnar.
I'm gonna open the chest.
All right. Inside, you will find. Inside, you will find a stash of coins containing 14 gold and 20 silver.
Whoa.
Maybe
Looking
the
at
bandits
you.
are burying their loot.
And Ragnar points and says, "Look, see."
Got a point.
Next time one of those chests explodes in your face, I will not tell you I told you so.
Well, guess who just became
I'm gonna like
this
gently
amount of coins
slap
richer?
back her head, being like, "Yes, you will. You can't help it."
All right.
He stinks. This is true.
I guess if y'all want to divvy those up however you want, or if you want to just like have you guys all like put them in like the party chest and you'll worry about it later.
Yeah, part of
think
the
Yep.
All right. Yeah. Cool. So we'll do that. Somebody make sure we mark out how much gold that was, just so we know.
How much did you say it was?
It was 14 gold and 20 silver.
Clearly, I should hold on to it.
All right. You're next as you continue to move through the forests or through the mountains. It begins to sort of like peak a bit more. You know, the terrain, the road begins to thin a bit. You can notice that where previously there were like solid like trees beside you, you're now maybe sort of around like the canopy of those trees. So you're noticing that the slip down might be a little more perilous than it was close to the bottom. And as you continue to adventure, the next couple of hours, as you quest, you see in front of you what looks to be some kind of imposing stone sort of structure, slanted slightly and buried into the mountains. It appears to be an old, ruined altar, older than maybe anything else around here. A chest is in the center.
Peace would like to do a history check.
Go for it.
Oleg would also like to do a history check.
Both of
because
you
he likes
may
rocks.
absolutely do that.
I don't know history, so it's all up to them.
Oleg, wait on you.
Sorry. Sorry, my proficiency bonus is weird for history checks about Stoneworld.
Oh, right, because you're a dwarf.
Consider
Do your thing whenever you're ready. All right. Both of you definitely recognize from some of the rune work along sort of the flanks and sides of some like maybe like the higher end of the stone structure. This was clearly a dwarven ruin, probably in use during the war maybe, but it's not really seen much in the way. You definitely recall that all throughout the mountains and hills, a lot of the dwarfs in the Northlands would store treasures and supplies and goods all in these sort of small forts they could use as fallback or supply points during the war. And again, there is that sort of small chest in the sort of hanging in the middle of that structure.
Thinks this might be a supply chest. Oleg?
I concur. Look at me using fancy words like concur.
Yeah, I'm much more used to you using concuss.
It is the one I prefer, I'll be honest.
Ragnar points and says, "So can we open it?"
Be my guest.
He runs over, puts his hands on the lid, and flicks it up, I guess.
Inside
And
the
this
chest,
one.
you will find it's mostly empty despite being a very large chest, but down at the bottom, you will find a small handful of gems worth about 200 gold.
Ooh. Oh, this is just flavor, but when Ragnar looks in the chest and tries to get what's at the bottom, like his whole body pretty much, except for his legs, they go in the air. Like he's in the chest.
Everything
Don't fall in, laddie.
This is Ocarina style. Like his whole body is inside this chest.
Family, everything
Peace,
in D&D
Peace grabs onto
is
his
about
flailing
flavor,
legs and
okay?
tries to steady him.
Everything.
Everything is what?
Everything is flavor, okay? Everything.
That
It's
is
all about the Flash.
form over
Form over function. All right. So, okay. So, do you guys want to move on from there? Just kind of again, same deal. Put them in the party chest. Keep going.
Some nice ASMR from you.
You know what I'm here for. I know what people
That's
are really
only
here
on the
for. No, you're not here.
OnlyFans.
You're not here for the role play. You're here for the role play.
No, you gotta pay for his OnlyFans if you want the ASMR.
Yo, honestly, I should start an OnlyFans. Anyway, more importantly, so you're gonna
Probably
keep
make
moving
you more
from there.
money than the Kobe.
You're gonna keep moving.
I think so.
Keep moving.
All right, we're into the later afternoon of the second day. As you're requesting, you're beginning to see the hills. Again, the hills are now beginning to sort of like form into like what could be like sharp mountainsides and things. And the next thing you will encounter is perfectly. About time this happened. As you come across up on the hills, you will begin to see sort of the hill that your road is cresting on peak a bit, and you will come across a very distinct looking mountain gorge.
Mhm.
Let me get my players copied over again, as I have to do every fucking time, because Roll20 doesn't like me at all.
It's because you don't pay Roll20 enough money.
You know, that's actually true. It's because I don't pay them enough money for like a pro subscription or anything, because
Peace
I
is
don't have the money to
concerned.
spend.
Peace is very concerned.
So yeah, you'll come up across this gorge. In the gorge, you'll see that like the cliff teeters off into an incredibly steep hill, sort of hill-like terrain. These uppermost cliffs right around here seem to go down about maybe 20 or so, maybe 15 or 20 feet. These lower areas here where the cliffs teetered down. Down here in the ravine, it's so far down you can't exactly see the bottom, but you think maybe there's some kind of river down there, but it looks like it's an incredibly far drop, maybe one you wouldn't feel comfortable making blindly. You do notice that on one side of the gorge, sort of further down, there appears to be what looks to be a naturally fallen wooden log held precariously in place across the gorge by some stones that sort of seem to have jut out from the side. On another, an older, crickety-ish wooden bridge kind of hangs. Finally, and let me also adjust the player view some so the players, so all y'all watching the stream can get a good sense of what's going on here. Oh, sorry, wrong thing. I'm sorry, stream. My fault, chat. I've ruined everything. Here we go. Additionally, ahead you see the run-down wooden structures of what might have once been a wagon, and perhaps a distinct splotch of red against the snow.
Who wants to roll the perception check?
Peace will.
Go for it, Peace.
Peace smells blood.
Well,
Peace is
does
not
You-
very perceptive right
does
now.
Peace
Peace-
well?
Do they?
Peace
Do
tries
they
to.
really?
Peace, you maybe do go for like a sniff of like the air, trying to get a sense of what's happening. But unfortunately, the wind sort of seems to snatch any distinct scent besides snow and like wood and like pines.
Once that gust of wind passes, Silvus will take his own sniff at the air, just trying to see
And
what's...
Silvus, you definitely notice the distinct scent of old blood.
Why is this lit?
Because I fucked the map up. Don't worry about it.
Ignore it.
It's a firefly. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Does this whole game
Not
is
that,
lit?
though. Let's investigate. Maybe we can find out more of what happened here.
Feel free.
I'll walk up to the scene of the wagon.
As you approach the wagon, you'll see that it appears to maybe have veered. The tracks seem to look like it was maybe moving across the ravine or towards the edge of the ravine, and then suddenly veered off course and hit maybe one of the trees here and shattered into pieces. There is blood on the ground and small bits of tools and other materials, maybe even some food scattered all around the ground in different places. But distinctly, there doesn't seem to be any bodies. You also notice, not too far from the wagon, at the foot of the cliff, is a distinct long bundle of hempen rope.
Of what?
Rope.
Hempen rope.
Yeah, right by the edge of the face.
Suspicious. Peace
Is
thinks.
there any trail of the blood, or is it just some on the ground?
Just
right
splotch there. Doesn't seem to trail off anywhere. There do seem to be some slight drag marks in the snow, leading off to this cliff edge, and even some that seem to head off maybe this way towards this cliff edge here.
Okay.
But there's still drag.
Well, can Ragnar go over to the bridge?
You can begin to move towards this cliff edge, and you'll notice that right about here, it is a sort of like 15-ish foot drop.
Leroy Jenkins.
No.
If y'all could give me just a moment while I... No, feel free to keep role-playing, by the way. I'm just making some jokes. Go ahead.
Peace is concerned.
What do we do from here?
Sylvis walks over towards the edge where the rope is at and peers down, trying to see if perhaps someone used the rope to head down before, or...
As
Peace
you
can climb
approach-
this.
As you approach the rope, you'll notice that there is one end of the rope is pinned into the ground. You can't really... It looks like maybe the plan was to either use the rope to descend, or given that there is a lot of rope, maybe throw some sort of tightrope across to be like either grappled or something like that at the other edge of the cliff. You do, as you give me 1 second to get a reveal going. You do notice you can see the other side of the ravine a little bit as you get closer to the edge.
Peace wonders where the body is. Or bodies.
Oh, you can do that. There you go. All right. Anyone else want to keep doing more things?
I guess Ragnar goes back to the group. Everybody seen the bridge though, right?
Yep.
Suspicious.
And there were drag marks that headed both to this
Both, yeah,
site
to
and over here.
either path towards either crossing.
So there's a bridge and there's a log.
The log, yeah.
Peace wonders at the stability.
Which way do you think?
Doesn't particularly fancy either of these options. Even the stout dwarf that he is.
Well, is the ravine between us and where we're heading to?
Yep.
Then, well,
There's nothing in the wagon, right?
Nope, not really. Just some broken tools, maybe some like wood, some stone. Like it seems like it was probably like a supply caravan or something headed towards the town, maybe, or maybe headed out from the town. Who knows?
all right. I'm going to pick up a small stone from the wagon.
All right. Feel free.
Aside from that, so for the rope being put into the ground, is it like sturdily put in there, or could I like take it out and move where the rope is?
It's dug
like-
to about like the halfway point. Definitely meant to be stable, but it's probably shiftable enough if you give it enough an effort.
Oleg, what do you think? Should we try and head down the face here towards the log, or should we take the rope and make way towards that bridge?
Peace also has rope if we need more rope.
Oleg also has rope.
Rope.
I also have.
I'll have rope. Isn't that great? Ah. Well, I imagine our. Well, for all of you fuzzy types, it will probably be an easy matter either way.
Climbing's easy.
My dwarven axe isn't particularly liking either of those. But if I had to choose, I'd say the log looks just a little more less likely to buckle under my weight.
Okay. Okie dokie.
All right. So the plan is to head towards the
Towards the log.
log. All
Praise
right.
be the
It's
log.
about a 15.
Is there any kind of check I could make to inform this decision at all?
We need to just use all of Timmy Tim's ideas. They're
You
fantastic.
could totally perception to see like which seems more like, or perception or survival. I'll allow either one to see which one seems like the more reasonable option.
Well, those are both wisdom,
All right.
so
As you see the wind sort of hum through the ravine, you notice that there does appear to be maybe the slightest touch of like not so much give, but maybe a little bit of rustle on the log. Definitely more so than the birch would.
Actually, I changed my mind. I think we should take the bridge.
Well, oh yeah, both of you did look okay. All right then.
So is the bridge the call?
Who would anyone like to do the honors of pulling this rope out?
Ragnar can try, but it's not really.
I assume we'd all pull our own rope out.
No,
I
the
believe
rope that
Silvus
is
means
currently
the pinned rope.
into the ground, because then we can use that pin.
Well, I will say one of you could try it, or if one person wants to try it, and another person aid them. That could y'all could do that. Y'all could also like if y'all wanted to try to take 10 or take 20 on it, like like which would be like take the time you need until it succeeds.
Peace will help.
I'll help too.
All right, you two. Both of you give me strength checks real quick.
Yeah,
Or I guess
did
Not
not want.
strength, it's my work. Just strength checks, not a saving throw.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, I have a -1 on strength. I don't want to hear it.
Okay.
Wait, how do you roll a strength check?
Click the word strength.
Oh, wow, that's very small.
Mhm.
Working
Well, like,
together,
separate
you
Like
both.
he's having an off day.
So, Silvus and Ragnar step to the side as you two go to get a handle on the sort of on the pitten and maybe sync up your timing so you both pull at the same time and don't waste effort. If one of you wants to be the person that handles that timing.
Peace will go first.
Got your back, little fox thing.
I'm a cat. Get it right.
I'm the fox.
Her whiskers, y'all look the same.
Oh,
I suppose you wouldn't mind me calling
Say
you
this.
Joe?
I say this as a
As you
like
guys
an
begin to
experienced
say this,
survivalist.
you begin to hear the blaring sound of a horn in the distance.
Oh, I can play the horn.
Echoing across the caverns. And
Are we able to
as you
tell
do so,
which direction it's
you
coming
decide
from?
it comes from this direction, and maybe also sort of like around here and here. It just kind of echoes all around. But
it's from like the other side of the cat.
yeah,
The cats.
as you, you know what? I'm sorry to do this to you. No, never mind. Forget that. As you decide to focus
He's not
in
sorry.
more on the sounds you hear that war horn one more time, and maybe even a little bit of a little shouting, and all of a sudden,
Are we gonna get ambushed from the trees? Peace is not happy.
across the ravine, you can see figures shuffling, campfires burning, and some not so pleased individuals facing you down. Everyone, roll initiative, please.
Peace is not happy about this.
can Ragnar say, are these the guys that were gonna eat me?
Oh, by the way, did we succeed at getting the rope out or no?
Yes.
Forgot to click
Like
myself
as you
first.
were, well, not specifically, because as you were bickering about it, the war horns started happening.
But the rope is out.
Yeah, it's out.
Did mine go through?
Yeah, you're good. But I gotta actually get the tracker up. Let me see.
Where do I roll initiative again?
There we go.
Click on
Joe,
your
make sure
token
you-
and
in
then
chat, you
click on
said
your
you said as to add your
initiative
character.
slot.
No valid token was okay. So
Yeah, you gotta select
Yeah.
the token. Yeah. Like make sure you click on your token and
And then roll.
Do Darn, my other one was better.
It's okay. I can fix it once you're in the order. What was your
Okay.
original roll?
15.
All right. Can somebody get
Oop.
Well, what was your first roll? 18.
Joe's first roll was 18.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right. So that sets it. Let me just set all the order up real quick.
Oleg's initial roll was 20.
Okay, so I will fix it then. All right, that should be right, and then we start rolling
And Michelle's
these
was
batches.
8.
All right, this
Yep.
batch over here.
Peace is slow.
13 plus 2.
You gotta just be flexing, rolling 20s.
Let me.
Couldn't have done this during the drinking contest.
No.
Come on.
Wait, did you just repeat roll 20? Yeah, the other one wasn't a nat. This one was a nat. What the hell?
Hold up. Give me a second. I'm trying to work on this.
The Inception horn, oh no.
Inception word. That's funny. How do I? Add turn. There we go. Okay. I'm so dumb. And they rolled I rolled a 13 plus the 2 makes them 15. Wait, what?
Joe, you need to look at the memes.
All right. And
You do
then
what?
this group down
You
here
do
will do the same. I'm so sorry it took so long, guys. It's my first time using the instructor and roll 20 like that. But it should get better in the future. We gotta learn, right? 6 plus
Yes.
2 is 8. So we should put this group here.
Did you see it, Joe?
Add turn.
What happened?
All right, and we are prepared to head into our first combat.
There.
Oleg, you're up first.
Oh, great. I mean, there's a big ravine between us.
Sure
I
is.
don't know how much we can.
Wait, I only see 2 of their tokens in the order.
I know, because they're groups.
Oh, they're groups.
Yeah, they act in groups.
Oh,
Saving time.
I see.
so it's the top 2 are group, bottom 2.
Well, Leg is not a ranged fighter in particular. So Oleg will attempt to take cover behind the wagon and watch the opposing units carefully.
All right. Do you want to ready in action or anything?
I don't really have anything I can ready.
All right. Then that's fine.
I guess I'll ready a javelin just in case.
Oh, yeah.
And where do you want to ready it at? Like, what do you? But for what? Like, when you ready something, you ready it at conditionally, so you can say like when someone moves over a certain spot, or the first person I see, or the first person to come in range.
Oh.
The first person that moves.
Range of your javelin.
Let's see. It's 30/120, so not the best for like optimal range. I will. Yeah, I guess at the first person to come in range, already a javelin shot.
Okay, got it.
Foxy, how do I check the range of the hand crossbow?
I should have written it down.
Click the gear.
Pretty sure it's 120 though.
I clicked the gear, but there's nothing in the thing.
Oh,
Oh, I think I'll find out the sheet, but I'm pretty sure it's 120. Just run it as 120 for now, and I'll fix it later. Don't worry about it. If you
I'll
need to do more.
just look it up.
Yeah, okay. Oleg, is that it for you?
so
All right. Ragnar,
Is-
you're up.
Yes.
How do I measure the range?
If you over on the left of
click
120,
the,
there's the
oh,
under
think
the
each
magnifying
child is
glass
what,
is that
50?
ruler tool. Use that.
The what tool?
Under the magnifying glass is the ruler tool.
Do we do edge
Oh,
to edge
okay.
or center to center?
Center to center. Okay, everybody. All right, guys.
Hey, I have a reason to do this.
Can Ragnar launch a? Wait. No. Hold on. Dude. Look over my spells one more time. Can Ragnar launch a firebolt?
You absolutely can. Do you want to do anything else first, like move or anything?
And I think Ragnar is probably good where he is.
Hit it.
Also, Can
Who
he?
you casting
Can
it
he
at?
move it?
At this guy right here. Yeah, this guy right here.
Go ahead and
Can
cast
we
a
move
spell
after
then.
attacking? By the way.
Huh?
Can we move after attacking? By the way.
Yeah, you can.
All right. Yeah, Ragnar would like to
This
take
guy?
that guy. Try to take that guy out.
Go for it. Go ahead and cast a spell.
Clearly, we need to stall because Timmy Tim is away.
I forgot how to do this.
Just click on the spell.
Wait.
Yeah,
Okay.
the name of the spell should be.
All right. So is it attack? Is it just action? Fire.
It's
One action.
Oh yeah, it's a ranged spell attack. So yeah, go ahead and roll a ranged spell attack. So that would be a d20 plus your proficiency bonus plus your charisma for you.
So the
plus what bonus?
proficiency
And charisma?
Your proficiency bonus.
Okay. How do I know what that is?
It's just
It's on your character sheet.
It's 2.
Probably 2.
2? Okay.
Yeah, basically it's the big number related to whatever stat this dictates the spell,
Alright.
which usually will be your best stat or your second best stat because that's why you make those stats good for your
So
class.
plus, is it plus 2? Just
Yes.
plus 2 and that's it?
No,
So
plus 2
roll
plus your charisma bonus.
1d20.
Let's go.
plus
Come on.
your-
Move it.
So plus 2 plus 2.
Yes.
Hey, we were.
You're right.
spending
Joe's
time
new. I'm sorry.
thinking.
Oh, the nat 1. That is a miss.
Really start.
That's
So you throw the firebolt out and you fling it, and it like scorches a path of snow to the right of the person you were trying to hit. He looks at you with ire, and that's all. Anything else you want to do on this turn? Bonus action, moving, anything?
Yeah,
You
can
hide
I
behind
move? Can I move near the wooden bridge?
You sure can. You get 30 feet of movement.
which is
Uh,
you can go all the way
Oh,
there.
okay.
So you get to
Never
the
on
edge
the
there,
roof.
and it's about a 15-foot drop from here.
Okay, yeah.
How hard is it to land a 15-foot drop?
I can find that out for you, but I think there are rules for fall damage. I don't actually have them on top of my head.
I presume that it would be acrobatics that you would use.
Yeah,
to try and
I'd be fine
avoid-
with you guys taking checks to try to climb down acrobatics or something like that. I'd be fine. Is that it for your turn, Ragnar?
Yep.
Sylvis,
Wait,
hit it.
can I ready anything?
You use an action.
You use an action setup. 1d6 for every 10 feet. Okay.
Timmy Tim, the D&D master. Thank you, friend. Appreciate it.
Yes. Okay. Nice. All right. I will fire my hand crossbow at. I mean, they're all in range.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Who's you now?
This one's actually the closest to you. I'm gonna fire at this one, the middle of the 3.
All right. Roll hit.
And
That is a hit.
Ooh.
Damage.
what do I roll for damage?
You should. It's.
Just click
Click
hand crossbow.
click the thing.
Click hand crossbow.
In the
In your
chat, click
In the
the
chat.
hand crossbow.
Oh, in the chat.
You do 6 damage.
Okay, cool.
All right. Let me get back to my my stat sheet.
It's been a while, okay?
No, I know. It's
You're-
okay.
you're
I'm not.
like,
I'm not mad
"Oh,
at you. It's all right.
D20, roll 20 is confusing, and you're like, yes, it is.
Give me 1 second. 6. Okay. Is that it for you?
I will then move like around to behind the wagon.
All right. Go for it.
Yep.
All right. The upper group's gonna go now. This one here is gonna just move to shuffle into position a little bit, and he will take a shot at you, Peace, as you were the only one still in the open currently. He's a D20 plus 2 to whatever this is. 12 hit you.
No, that's 16.
All right, so it just pings it. So he takes the shot with the arrow, but it just pings off of your armor, and then he will just finish his movement by going this way. This one here will come up to the front, like so, and will take a shot at Oleg back there. Oleg, whatever your AC is, will be plus 2 because of the cover you're in. So let me roll that attack.
Ooh.
That is a 20.
Oh, do they get? So they get +2.
Yeah, to hit. And then so Dan, what's your AC?
14.
So it hits. Damage. Where did I put this at?
-2 for that roll.
Oh, you sure did. Oh, so it drops to from a 20 to an 18, but it still hits you. But you know what? Since I missed that, I'll apply to the damage roll. So here's the damage roll. It'll just be a flat 1d8 rather than a 1d8 plus 2. So you take 3 damage, Oleg. And then the last one in the rear here will step up, and it will ready an action for the first person to he'll just look at and say the first person to pop out or move around the wagon, he will shoot at. Peace, you're up.
Peace is going to first move here.
As you cross the wagon, the bandit in the rear will take the shot at you. Hiya. Does an 18 hit you?
Yes.
Alright, here comes damage.
Oh, so she got attacked because she moved.
Mm-hmm. That's gonna be... Oh, it's a crit! You are taking 12 total damage. So, okay, let me... Oh, sorry, I need sound effects. I'm not sound effect hard enough right now. I'm so sorry. So yeah, it's gonna draw back. Just pink. Right into you. All right.
Yikes.
That it for you, Peace? You got anything else? Oh yeah, so you moved.
No,
What do you
Pete's
think?
is going to activate Emboldening Bond, and she picks herself and Sylvis.
Did you let the chat know how that works?
Every turn, as long as we're within 30 feet of each other, we can take a +4 to any once per turn, +4 to any roll. So.
All right, roll play it out. How's that happen?
Sorry, a +1d4.
Yeah, how's that happen? Roll play it out.
Hmm?
Roll play it out. How's that happen?
Roll play it. Pray to your God and bestow holy light upon us for peace.
Dear Tama-san, please grant us your wisdom.
Sweet. That's it. You just say that, and nothing else
Or-
happens. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, so as you say that, you lift up a hand and it glows faintly with a light, and like this sort of expanding pulse of light goes out that fills both you and Sylvis, and you kind of feel like a bond between you two. Fuck, is this so fucking hard, Michelle? Jesus Christ.
Where's Tate to feel the suffering?
Right, this is what I have to deal with, Tate.
I mean, Tate has to deal with it too.
That's true, he does actually. That's reality. Alright, so anything else you want to do?
Peace is done.
Alright. The lower group
Also,
will go.
It's 100% canon that Peace is talking in the third person like a Khajiit.
This one will stop right here, and then kind of try to clamber down the slope. Maybe I need to make an athletics check.
In
the wrong
nome
button.
Patre, Espiritu Santo, fuck off, bandit.
That's wrong. All right, he just effortlessly kind of clambers down the slope here and lands right there. Step forward one more, and he will take a shot at Ragnar.
Damn.
Ragnar, sir. Oh, he rolls a natural 1, and so the shot comes out, and it just twings right over your head. It plants itself in a tree right below you.
Damn, nice.
Whew.
That's,
That one will kind of just snarl angrily about it and just leave it there. This one here will stay where it's at and do the same exact thing. Ragnar, does an 8 hit you? I imagine no, you have to have higher AC than that.
So that's
what's your
an
AC?
armor thing. Yeah, I have 10.
Okay, yeah, so you're well, you should have higher than that because of being draconic, I think. You should have. But it's fine. Don't worry about it. It missed you. Anyway,
Okay.
so this bandit here will pop up here and try to slide down the ravine as well to here. It'll try to go down both. So I'm gonna athletics check real quick. Hiya. It will succeed on only making the first one and then fall the second one, taking 1 what is it? I think was it 1d6? Yeah, 1d6 damage.
Damn.
Big yikes. So this one is hurt. Hold up. Fuck. Stop doing the thing. There we go. All right.
Okay.
So that's it for that group. Oleg, you're up again. Back to the top.
Oleg, deciding that he'll get nowhere hiding behind cover if they're all going to shoot at him, decides to, I guess, run towards the cliff where Ragnar is in an attempt to get closer.
Go for it.
So I'll take the dash action, I guess.
All right. You move twice.
So my base speed. So my base speed is 25.
So you get 50 feet.
Yeah. So I just need to figure out where 50 feet is.
50 feet puts you either all the way at Ragnar, or you can go over the edge if you want.
Yeah. Like you can get as far as here.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go there then.
All right. At
And
the
I
cliff
assume
face,
athletics
I need you to
check for climbing down.
At the cliff, I need you to either athletics or acrobatics. I will allow either in this instance because I'm a merciful GM.
And not because you didn't want to be bothered to restrict it.
That's true. You easily make it, so you go ahead and tell me how that happens. Saren, enough, please.
Alright.
So he gets down there and plays Dance Dance Revolution.
Wait, so where do I end up? Is it here? Is it here?
Here.
I rush towards the cliff. I do like a
Spree, please.
like as I get
Sorry, go ahead.
I rush towards the cliff. As I get to the cliff face, I like crouch down, grab the ledge, and then do like a swing around to like vault down. And I like as I do, I yell at them, it's like, just wait till I get over there, you bastards.
Old like zone is way in. Anything else you want to do? Oh, you dashed. Do you have any reactions?
Yeah, I dashed.
That's it?
Yep.
Okay. You sure? And I hate to DM Railroad here. Do you sure you don't want to rage, maybe?
If I rage and I can't attack anyone, then my rage ends.
Oh, that's true. That's fair. Good point. Good point. Good point. All right, Ragnar, you're up, boss.
All right. So Ragnar his pride is a little bit hurt that the first firebolt misses, so he's gonna go with it again.
All right, cast
So
it up.
works.
Give me that ranged spell attack. So D20 plus 4.
So it is.
Oof, and a 9 will not hit, unfortunately. Tragic. Ragnar's
Can
having
I,
some rough
can I
trouble
move
with
after
the spell luck
trying to
today.
attack?
Yes.
Do you have any spells you want to use as a free action or anything? Or
Do I want to
still
ready
move
a
if you want.
reaction, you said?
Huh?
Reaction.
You can take a free action, you can move, whatever you want to do.
Well, does Joe know which spells he can use as a free action?
You know, wait, I'm gonna try to move here.
Oogie, as you go over the legend, any an athletic check for me, real quick?
Yep.
Oof.
You try to hop over the edge and maybe fumble. I'm going to have you take, it's the 15-foot drop, so you only take 1.
Okay, you're tiny, so you can't fall that hard.
3 damage
That's fair.
as you land, but you're fine, you still make it. All right. Is that it for you?
Can I ready a reaction? I don't.
Reactions happen as things happen to you, so you don't ready those.
Okay.
And you use your action to cast a spell. Sylvis, you're up.
All right. So am I able to just shoot my crossbow again, or does it take an action to reload?
You're fine.
Can I use like part of my movement and then move back?
Yes, if you want.
I'll move up to here. Is this the one that I hit before?
Let me see. No, this one up here is movement. The one up front.
Okay. Well, then I will be firing at them again.
Do you think? That's a crit!
Oh.
Roll damage twice. Oh, I guess it just automatically does the damage. Okay, sorry. Let's speak something to clarify. The way I do crits is the first hit always does max damage, and then you just add another additional damage dice. So it's not a 1 plus 5, you do an 8 plus that 5. So that's numbers. Oh, sorry, plus your dexterity. What's your dexterity bonus? Plus 2, plus 3, plus 4?
3.
Plus 3. So 8 plus the 5 is 13, plus 3 more is
16.
16. So yeah, you take another aim, and like you ping that bandit like right here in like an important artery where the arm is. You see him kind of like shout and shriek back a bit as that happens, but he does not seem to fall over dead just yet. Just very, very pain. He does not look very, very
Redeemed a +1 to Ragnar's
he does
next
not
attack.
look. He does not look very, very. He looks worse for wear. Definitely, no question.
Oh. So he finally hits.
Anything else you want to do, Sylvis?
Moving back behind cover.
You got it. All right, this
cover
group is
shooter
up.
now.
This guy here, I'm gonna have him quickly take a Constitution saving throw. Uh-oh. So, Sylvis, as you ping that arrow or that crossbow bolt into that guy's sort of flank, you notice he sort of sways a bit, and while he tries to stabilize himself, he cannot seem to stabilize himself, and he pitches off over the cliff
I love that sound.
to his death. I did not mean to remove the guy who had the turn, though, so I'm gonna have to put him back in the turn order. Sorry.
Yes, because it's a group.
What was it, like 16? 18? I don't remember. It was right. Yeah, it was the same time as you, so it would have been 15 right below you.
Yeah, it was 15.
Okay, cool. So then, Peace. I believe it's you now. Oh yeah, other two get to go. Sorry, my fault.
Yep.
This one here will step up. It will take a shot at you, Peace, because you're over there tucking. Actually, you know what? Yeah. So yeah, it's gonna shoot a Peace. Yeah, here it comes. Peace, does a 14 hit you?
No.
Another arrow just pings right off of that armor of yours. And it will, again, just kind of grunt in frustration. It's very pissed it's not getting any good hits on you, so it'll move a bit closer towards the edge. This one here will come up to where his friend is, and that was actually like one of his really close dudes. That guy owed him some money, actually. He's kind of pissed about that.
Yeah.
He's going to turn. He's going to aim over here at you, Sylvis, and try to plant that shot on you.
Yep, shooting me even though I'm behind cover as vengeance.
So that's an 18 total rolled. What is your AC plus 2?
Only 15. So.
Yeah, that's a hit. Damage.
Can you get his vengeance up?
You will take 8 damage total.
Ooh.
That's rough.
So yeah, he kind of roars a little bit at his friend being hurt, thinks back and knocks off a shot at you. Kind of flings, even like flies in between the wagon wheels, kind of pings you.
Struck in the shoulder. He's actually sent reeling from this. He's on the ground trying to. Actually, wait a second. I can get a +4 on my.
If you dodge
AC.
the reaction, yes.
What?
Oh wait, is it dodge an action actually?
No, not dodge.
Oh.
From the incantation that. That
Peace.
he did
It's a
before.
+4 to attack,
Any
ability, or
roll.
saving throws.
Ah, well there wasn't a saving throw there.
Okay, then no.
So yeah, that just sucked.
Fine.
Sorry.
Fine.
And then that's it.
Yeah.
Peace, you're up.
Reeling in the snow, bleeding. Yeah, it's not great.
Uh-oh. Looking a little worse for wear over there, Sylvis. Peace. Let's go.
Alright, Peace is gonna move a little bit behind cover. She's a little pissed that Sylvis got hit. So she's gonna take aim with her light crossbow at this guy.
Crossbows. Does everyone just have a fucking
Hey.
crossbow?
Hey,
Everyone just bring a
why do
crossbow?
they have all these ranged weapons?
Hey, go ahead. Do your thing. An 11? What PC did I give you? Let me see. I should probably do this. An 11
Probably
hits.
noticed given that we've been attacking the same dudes.
And 11 hits. Go ahead and roll damage. Oof. That is 10 total piercing damage. Who are you shooting at? This guy up here?
I'm shooting at this guy who's smacked.
Oh, that guy. That guy right there. He will take the 10 damage. He like chunks that right sort of into his torso, and he definitely immediately looks very, very, very wounded by that. You can see him now like kind of clutching the arrow in his torso, breathing a bit ragged, kind of wondering like, should I pull this out?
You never pull it out.
Anything else?
And as a bonus action, Peace is going to cast Sanctuary on Sylvis.
All right, roleplay it out.
So Peace is going to clap her hands together. In the name of Tama, I declare this place sanctuary, and like little glowing war lights will surround Sylvis.
Nice, love that. Perfection. All right, so that's that for that. All right, the lower group will go now. This guy here will sort of go over and stand here by the fire, plink off a shot at Ragnar. Does a 14 hit you, Ragnar?
Yeah. My thing should be. It says 10.
I think yours should be higher than that. Go ahead and look on the. I think if you look at like one of your traits should give you higher AC than that. I feel like.
Do I have any?
Maybe not.
Are my traits?
Just go look on your character page. Hang on. Let me see. Give me a second.
I hope you bought armor.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he's not proficient with any armor, so I don't think he can do a lot with that. Spellcasting, spell slots, font of magic, and then let me see, where is not pyromancy, draconic bloodline. I swear that gives you something. Maybe it's not till higher level. I could be wrong. Let me see. Yeah, draconic resilience. So, that's more hit points for you. Oh yeah. So when you aren't wearing armor, your AC equals 13 plus your Dex modifier.
Okay.
So what's your Dex modifier?
My dex. My. Is that for saving throws? Oh no. That's
The modifier.
0. It's 0.
Okay, so your AC is 13, so a 14 does still hit you. Okay, cool. So we're gonna do damage now. Here's the dice roll. You'll take 3 damage.
That one.
Ragnar, you take 3 damage as an arrow maybe plinks into like a leg, like the thick part of your leg, or maybe like a slightly arm. It's kind of like glances off you. It doesn't hurt too bad.
Alright.
This next one here will decide it wants to sort of hop down to this level here, taking the athletics check for that. Which it will pass, and it will then shoot at Oleg.
Jonathan was asking.
That's a miss.
Ooh.
And this one here will just move over here, try to hop down, do the same thing, taking the check. Uh-oh. So this one here will actually fall down, trip, tumble, end up all the way right here, and take, let's say, 3d6 damage.
That sounds about right. It's about like 30 feet.
15! Yikes!
Oh, he face planted like you can hear from the distance the bones crunching as these.
Yeah, so he just fucking he just face plants it. Like he does get up, but he definitely does not look healthy or okay or anything.
He's bleeding from his face. His nose is like bent to the side.
Yeah, it's bad. It's a bad look. And that's that. That's it. Meaning Oleg, back to you.
All right. I am gonna, if I can get down this cliff, I'm gonna rush
Show you
this.
the rope?
Huh?
You're gonna show us the rope?
Show me your rope. Show your moves.
Show. Okay. So
Right.
roll to deceive.
Athletics check.
Or acrobatics.
Athletics, go for it.
I'm going with
You're
athletics.
Not only is it you're going, you just leap down. Like it doesn't even consume movement for you. You just
Jump
leap down. So you
Like
that didn't
take
cost
a
movement
roll
for you.
at
Just
the
go.
bottom of your boat. Done.
Does he do a superhero landing?
Yeah, you just fucking
Yeah.
douche. It's impressive. Free movement. Go. Have fun.
Ragnar
All
clap.
right.
Just
Okay, this should be fun.
have fun.
I jump down and with the fucking most sinister, like you're so fucked smile on my face. I just make a fucking dash towards this dude over here.
Hell yeah.
And then, because that's like my exact. And I will go into a rage.
Oh, he's angry.
And because I am going into a rage, the fun part happens, which is my wild surge.
Yes. Go ahead and
so
explain
I-
that fun.
To roll a d8, and we'll see what happens.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
Oh fuck, this is like the worst
Uh-oh.
one. Each Alright, so. Alright, first of all, I need to see how far stuff is from me.
Well, no.
Alright.
You read the thing. I'll check range. You read the thing. I'll check range.
Alright. Each creature of your choice that you can see within 30 feet of you must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or take 1d12 necrotic damage.
Okay, so
Oh.
that's these
You also gain temporary hit points equal to 1d12 plus your barbarian level.
Oh man, you are like sapping the life energy from these three guys. So go ahead and what's that? So what's the saving throw again?
Saving throw is 8 plus proficiency bonus plus Constitution modifier. So,
If you click on the spell, it should say what your
so
spell save DC is. Or never mind, don't worry about it. So what is it again?
13
Okay. And what kind of save was it?
Constitution.
All right, here comes Constitution save. I'm just gonna roll one for the whole group because I'm lazy. They get a +1. It's an 18.
Sure. Yeah.
Actually, you know what?
Sure
Fuck
you
it. I
don't
won't
need
roll one for the whole group.
group though.
Next one. So that one. All right. So that guy back here, the one on the middle takes it, and the one at the back takes it too. So the two in the back take it, and it's how much damage?
What?
You said 1d something necrotic.
1d12.
1d12. Go ahead and roll
Necrotic.
it. Oh yeah, on a save is it half damage?
No, it just says succeed a Constitution save or take 1d12.
Okay.
necrotic.
So yeah, no half damage on the save. Okay, go for it.
Alright, so do I roll that?
Yep. 1d12. So 3. These two will both
I wanna
be
roll.
drained 3.
Alright.
So that's. Okay,
So
cool.
middle one
And
takes 3,
then
and then roll 4.
I get temporary hit points.
You sure do.
You did
Oh, I
you
get
only rolled.
temporary
Oh, okay,
HP.
there it is. 3 on both. Wow.
Yeah, not the best. Not my best.
I think you just roll that once, by the way. Like the damage, and then it just applies to everybody. But yeah, go ahead and.
No, the second roll was for my my temporary hit points.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it was
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, and I take a swing at this guy with my warhammer.
Go for it.
40k.
Tell me how it happens.
Wow.
Don't bother roll damage. Just tell me how it happens.
I yell at him. It's like, I'll teach you to give barbarians like me a bad name. And, make a fucking swing right for his head.
That kills. Tell me how it happens.
And yeah,
So you swing for the head.
You swing
his
down.
head towards the cliff face,
Oh,
just in case there's anything good on him.
And-
Splatter
Like-
area.
Okay.
So you hear a solid, resounding, almost like the sound like when a golf ball gets hit, and just crack this guy backwards into
shot
the
to the
cave wall
head.
or into the cliff wall, and he like his skull rings, you see like a wet leaking kind of happen out of like maybe like an eye and like his mouth, and he just falls over dead.
One shot to the head.
One shot to the head. All right, sorry, I'm impressed when we do buttons. All right, so yeah, he's big dead.
What if he face flat?
Ragnar, you're up. If there's nothing else.
Don't forget he gets a +1 to his attack roll.
You're right.
Oh,
No, what do you Go ahead.
I know we just did this, but I'm kind of drunk, so I forgot. Let me see what I did last time.
Wait, did I forget to turn rage on?
What happened?
1d20 plus 4? Is that what it is?
For what?
It calculated rage for your last attack.
Yeah.
Oh, it did? Sorry, I didn't look at it.
It was.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Damage and 2 rage.
Alright, so it's 1d20 plus 4 for the
+5, because you get a +1 to your
Oh.
attack.
Mm-hmm.
plus 5. Fancy.
Firebolting again.
Oh! Come on!
I didn't see it. Reroll.
I mean, hey, being kind of drunk, I forgot, is in character for
For Ragnar.
Ragnar.
That's a hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Joe's
is that-
subtly tips the die over 1.
Wait, no, it's 6, isn't it? No, it is d10, I'm pretty sure. I have to...
The spell should say.
Yeah.
Yeah, are you casting it first level or what?
Yeah, first level.
Oh wait, it's a
No.
cantrip. Never mind, it's a cantrip. So yeah, it's just a 1d10 damage. Yeah, go ahead. Do the 1d10. Oof. Takes the you throw at this guy here, back in the back here.
Yeah. No, I was gonna go with the guy closer to Oleg.
Okay, no problem.
Man,
Ragnar, I think you're really regretting drinking all of that
Yeah.
alcohol. aren't
Maybe
you?
you should,
like he
should
drank
work on
so
that.
much that it's like more than a day later he's still drunk.
You're just like, fuck, man. This is I was not ready to drink that much. Anything else you want to do, Ragnar?
Yeah, I guess I'll stand right behind Oleg.
You hopping down?
I am hopping down.
Athletics check or acrobatics, either one.
I think they're both the same thing. Get over there.
Hey, cats, stop scratching stuff.
Roll.
Athletic.
Give me the roll.
Athletics check.
Athletics is slightly higher.
That's a pass. Big pass.
Hey.
So yeah, you
Yay.
leap on down, following up in Oleg's lead, and end up right behind him, ready to reinforce him.
He tries to do the superhero landing, but like it doesn't make dust fly because he's so light.
Right.
It's
It's not as
little-
imposing.
little, like plod noise.
There's-
Like it's just poof.
All right, Silvus, hit it up.
Alright. So Silvus takes a moment to steady himself, like trying to kind of staunch the bleeding and take check of how he's doing with that, and so moves up. Which one did I shoot before?
This guy.
This is the one. This is the one who shot me, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot him right back.
Go for it.
I'm gonna shoot this.
Shoot him. That's a hit. Damage. That would be plus your dex. So what's your dex again?
Dex is 3, so it's 5.
I'll take the 5. And so yeah, how do you do it?
Silvus brings up his crossbow with his uninjured arms, takes aim, shaking it a little bit from the pain, but he steadies it, lets loose the arrow, and it flies through and impales the dude right in his shin, right in the shin. Just like sticks right in. He's got an arrow sticking through his shin now. He screams out from pain, but he's still trying to keep going.
Oh, he's dead.
Yeah, he screams out. Have him stumble off the cliff. Come on, dude.
Yeah, you're right. So yeah, he screams, he
And then I
stumbles,
run back.
he's watching around, and just like his friend before you, he kind of just pitches over. Probably dead before he hits the cliff face and like his brain splatter on the side. But he falls, tumbles off the cliff to his death. Now having lost most of their number and realizing that maybe they might have underestimated a bit, you will hear a distinct sound of one of them picking up their war horn and blowing again, and they will turn and begin to run for their lives. You can all come out of initiative.
I mean, yes, the poor.
These guys are still on like a cliff face, though.
Oh
Like, they
yeah, I
gotta
mean, but
climb
they're
up.
pretty good at like this guy's like scrambling up this cliff. He's like running for his life. He's scrambling on his way up. If y'all want to do anything as they're running away, feel free.
Can I launch a fireball that the? Oh, what's up?
They're not getting away.
Yeah, I'm chucking a javelin at this guy.
Shooting this dude.
All right, Jesus, go ahead, you fucking psychotic bastards.
Hey, they've been raiding this village nonstop and kidnapping children. They do not get to run away.
All right, attack rolls. That's
Yep,
a hit.
I'm also
Damage.
picking up.
Actually, forget. Doesn't matter. Just tell me how it happens.
All right. They're
I'm
scrambling
at
through
a
the snow,
plus
trying to run away.
4.
I shoot him. Shoot this dude also through the leg. So he's just like trying to crawl away at this point. He can't even stand anymore.
Yeah, he's just shambling his way over here, towards the campfire. Maybe trying to like huddle up, get warm. 'Cause he figures, death's coming. It's on its way. Anybody else doing anything?
Yeah.
I chuck a javelin at this guy, and it seems to have hit.
That's a hit. Give me damage. Oof. This guy was pretty
Oof.
low. So the javelin, you throw the javelin
got the
with enough
rage.
force from your rage that it takes him through the chest and also just like punk right through here. So this guy's literally like impaled to the wall. You can hear plenty of shouting and screaming as he is, as he is clearly in a lot of pain and trying to, swerve himself off the javelin and impaling his torso.
Can I
And
launch
Peace, you shot somebody?
Yeah. Went over, try to shoot this guy. I
Go
used
for
my
it.
plus D4, so that was a 12 plus 2.
That's a
so
hit.
That's a 14.
Yeah, how's it happen?
All right. So pull out the long crossbow, take aim, try to go for this guy's, go for the guy's arm while he's still reaching up on the cliff, and let loose.
So yeah, your arrow soars out true. Sorry, your arrow. Where is it? Your arrow soars out true, and it just like takes him right in the side of the head. He falls over, very silently and mercifully dead, tumbling back down to here in a heap. And thus, combat ends.
Damn.
Question: is this guy still alive?
Oh yeah, he's alive. This guy right here.
You're gonna bleed out by the
Yeah,
time we get get up to
this
him.
guy's on his way out. He's undoubtedly on his way out, and he is out.
Which dude is actually out?
This guy right here, who I'm about to mark.
Okay.
Once I can get the right symbol.
So clearly we gotta interrogate the one by the fire.
Well, are
He's
you trying to make
gonna
your way across the bridge?
Be bleeding
across the
out
bridge
by
or
the
whatever?
time we get up. Yeah. So
Alright.
after I come out of my rage and have made it across the bridge, I yell to Sylvis and Peace is like, "Hey furries, good news! I made it across after all."
Just call them furries.
As he yells, the bridge collapses.
Oh,
No.
jeez. All right. In an interest of time saving, how about Peace? Everyone, just go ahead and give me one athletics check so we can have y'all get across this cavern here.
My athletics is pretty shit, but I am a cat.
But she's a
You're
cat.
acrobatics as well.
Meow.
Wait, what? I rolled a nat 20?
But she's a cat.
But she's a cat.
All right,
And I-
Oleg. While you might struggle with some of the up climb because of your stature, you do eventually make it up there, and similarly, the rest of you all ascend up through the cliffs
Wait, am I
in due
not
time.
proficient in acrobatics? Well, whatever.
Whatever the
You
case,
made it.
you all make it over, and as you are there, you can see that there is the one bandit there is shivering a little in the cold and does sort of shift a little bit to notice you and maybe sort of begin to try and like one arm hobble away.
Anyone want to intimidate this guy? I am
Shot.
unfortunately a cat. I'm not very intimidating.
I am a cat.
Fine. I will.
Wait, I might have some intimidation. Yeah,
I've got intimidation.
Somebody do something.
Yeah.
Oleg and his tiny dwarvenness is going to.
My tiny dwarvenness just bashed a dude's head in and impaled another dude.
That's true. That
So,
could happen.
So this guy or gal.
and this guy's
is,
on death's
very-
door anyway.
Or not
Let's go.
neither.
We gotta
don't
go.
know.
Let's go.
Oleg, what are you doing?
Don't go dying on us yet. We're not finished.
He kind of will turn.
You're
and
gonna
say,
tell us what we want to know, and then you can go quietly into death's sweet embrace. Sound good?
Are you rolling intimidation?
He already
did
did. He
roll
got a 22.
So while maybe at the beginning of your speech, the bandit maybe it looks like he was like sort of like a little angry and not wanting to listen. As you begin to talk more, he just kind of like stops crawling away as much and just kind of looks over and just kind of says, "What are you gonna gloat? Just kill me."
Oh, we will. We'll even make it quick. But first, you're gonna tell us what we want to know. What do we want to know, by the way?
We want to know where they've taken the children that they've been kidnapping.
The
Children
children are
from
in the
this village.
mountains. The children are in the mountains. Cerna takes them into his den.
Cerna.
Is that the name of your leader?
You should know that by now if you're out here looking for us.
What was the name of the blacksmith's daughter?
We didn't.
We didn't get
We
it.
didn't get one, did we?
Oh,
We didn't ask.
Nobody asked.
So we can't ask about her specifically then. And what happens when Cerno takes them into his den?
He says, and then closes his eyes, falling over.
What does he say?
He just laughs,
Oh.
and then closes his eyes and falls over silent.
Can Ragnar spit acid on him?
I'd like to.
I mean,
Just because? Well, wait, we need to see if he's got anything good on him.
is he on his side dead, or
He's
is
dead.
he just
Yes,
on
he
his...
is dead.
Alright.
Then, yeah, that's...
Dilute the bodies.
Of course.
You don't find anything too useful on the bodies. This is clearly meant to be like a scout garrison that kind of was like deployed
Yeah.
here. The barrels behind you contain
Oh,
various
oh.
kinds of looted things, you know, different kind of materials, some shitty weapons here or there, some food, some fruit, maybe some hides taken from animals. Nothing too useful, but, you know, some small stuff here or there. You might even pick up a couple of gold coins here, but nothing super worth your time. Would we like to continue along our path in the spirit of time?
Yes, but I will take note of the food supplies for maybe a potential return trip to the village.
Very
Since
smart.
They were
All right. Let me bring y'all back to the map.
Right.
And can I just,
please,
like,
we'll say a quick
say
prayer over
that
their dead
I-
bodies first before leaving.
One more time.
And can I just like say that I grabbed my javelin
Oh
on
yeah.
the way up?
Eventually you
That
walk
was a
over and you
bonus,
like
yeah.
you walk over and see like that like just like a dead corpse kind of just hanging off the javelin and you just kind of move,
Oh.
make your
Ti-
move on.
Timmy Tim had the idea of like GM bait type little trinkets that chat could.
Oh yeah, that was something I was thinking of in something
Yeah.
like that. That could be fun. I might have some fun with that.
He said a quick prayer. It's like you're all bastards, but I hope you find peace in death. Spits inside.
And then we're not burying them all, so we just kicked their bodies into the river.
All right, and so you guys will
Except for the one that
continue.
gets out.
It's getting a little bit late, and also maybe you want to lick your wounds for a bit. So maybe as you get away from the edge of the ravine, would you guys like to make camp for the evening?
Sure.
All right, so we'll let that happen, and we'll go ahead and take the last of our super quick bio breaks. I thought it was going to be a shorter stream than our Cyberpunk stream. Actually, I could probably end up being
You
a little bit
always think
longer.
our one shots are going to be short, and they take.
And then they're not. And
Well,
then we
hey,
go
it's
until
because you
1 in
guys
the
spent
morning
15
and
minutes in
Michelle
combat
died.
going, well, do I want to do this or do I want to do this? Or maybe I should go
You're the
here.
one who wanted to play with new people.
It's not my fault that the character with no ranged weapons got the highest initiative.
That's fair.
That is also true.
All right, well, listen, we're going to go ahead and take a quick bio break, guys. We'll keep it simple, maybe about 5 or so minutes. Let people stretch, get some drinks. We'll be back in a few, and if y'all want to stick with us, we will be, we'll be back. Love you guys, okay?
Yes.
When Ragnar missed
And welcome back, everybody. We are resuming a Bloody Toll, a Neon Lights D&D one-shot, and we're gonna get into what will hopefully be the concluding, the final act of our riveting adventure. Where we left off our adventures had just dealt with a riveting encounter with some bandit scouts across a deadly ravine. They managed to fight their way through, set up camp for the night, regain their health and their spell slots and their nerve, and now they will continue forward into the mountains. They are only about 2 or so days from the known location of the hideout of the bandits. So, next day we'll start to move forward. Day 3, trekking through the mountains and hills. Let me get my table up. I'm sorry. You guys encounter. You'll notice that it's about the temperature seems to warm back up a little bit. It's about normal for the season again, so about 50 or so degrees Fahrenheit, maybe a little bit cooler, about 40, 30s because you're pretty high up. But it's not too bad. It's also, however, very, very windy. The wind is this would be a great time to get our sound back in. The wind is just ripping through here, like it is howling, and so as you begin to journey through thick snowfall and fog, you encounter. All right. As you journey through the upper sort of mountains, you notice that you cross what may be a sort of a slight patch of trees, canopy almost. The trees here are definitely a little more stripped of moisture, so they're a bit more barren than the healthy pines you can see down in the forest. But they are still healthy, firm trees. However, as you begin to approach this patch of trees, a very foul stink begins to fill your noses. You trek into the patch of trees, and almost unmistakably, you begin to smell what reeks of blood and bodies and death. And then you notice that all around you, pinned to the trees with wooden stakes, are the bodies of 9 Sanguine guards.
Dealing with it, they said.
They had to have sent them out here. There's no way that the bandits would have dragged bodies all the way out here.
You
So
do notice
clearly,
that there are some other bodies pinned to some trees, and maybe even some impressions where there were stakes put bodies on trees. Maybe indicating this might be a slightly more regular occurrence than you think. A couple of the bodies you notice don't even appear to be in garb. Some of them seem to be in simple merchant's clothes or even just traveler's robes. But the one thing they all seem to have in common is being very dead and very pinned to trees.
So I've enjoyed this.
Peace offers a quick prayer over their dead bodies.
Would you like to keep moving, my friends?
are there any dwarves among them?
There are not. Most of them appear to be human, maybe a snow elf here or there, but most of them, there don't seem to be any dwarves. Maybe one, but...
Can we give them a funeral?
You will say that they do appear to be rather firmly jabbed into these trees. You could spend the time to, if you want to, pull them all out and maybe offer them a burial or funeral if you felt it proper, but it would take some
Alternative
time.
option. Could we light the trees on fire?
That is an option, if you'd like to.
Are the trees in a way where it would spread outwards, or would it be like...
there's enough tangle amongst their limbs that if you lit a couple of trees on fire, it would probably spread pretty soon once the wind stole the fire. But honestly, at this height, the lack of the thin oxygen might mean the fire just spreads very rapidly throughout all the trees.
Although that might alert the bandits that there's
Yeah,
a party
that's-
coming.
That was
We
something
could
I was
try to take
thinking
small
about.
personal
They
effects.
kill all of the scouts, so they might not realize that we're on our way.
I'm
Small
sorry, please,
personal
excuse me?
effects to take back to the village for the deceased families if there are any.
Yeah.
Like that
Alright.
may be the best idea.
I'm gonna even make you roll for this. You spend a few minutes going about the guards, seeing if you can find anything personal. You find a few things, a wallet here, picture of a family member there, maybe a small brooch or a little gem, a religious ring or symbol. Just small things here or there, things you could maybe use to identify them to their families. One body you notice is a little bit younger looking than the others. He's a snow elf, has an old blood leaking from his open mouth, his eyes still kind of wide, if not low, in lifeless fear. A large spike is going right through the middle of his torso, where he is pinned to the tree. Although clearly there is a hand of his kind of like wrapped around the stake, clearly indicating that maybe he fought a bit before the end took him. As you go up to approach this body, you remove the helmet and see the very, very young face of this snow elf, and notice that hanging about his neck is what looks to be some kind of medallion about a string.
Anyone want to do a history check?
I will.
I'll save you the trouble. As you go to pull up, you notice the medallion has this symbol on it.
Oh.
Lovely.
Well,
Another adventure. This does not bode
Would
well.
one of you like to further investigate the body?
Someone with better investigation skills.
One of you
than
can
me should
nominate
probably
yourselves for one investigation. Go ahead. I don't. Whoever you feel is most appropriate.
Anyone smart?
Anyone here not dumb?
Anybody?
Does anybody have intelligence
Does-
higher
does
than
any-
10?
I'm the barbarian.
Go. How smart are you?
oh, Ragnar is a genius, a boy genius.
A boy genius.
Boy, genius.
Maybe we
Ragnar
should
has
investigate
an
the body.
Ragnar has a modifier of 1.
Give it a go.
Still
Still
higher
smarter
than
than the rest
Oleg.
of us.
Is it the best one?
I mean, I
You're still
also have a
smarter
Are you
than
modifier
all
of
just
1.
dumb? Jesus Christ.
I just assumed
No,
that.
no, no. You're
Alright,
not doing
well-
a roll of intelligence. You're
Oh.
doing a
It's
roll
a-
Yeah,
of
roll
investigation.
investigation.
Oh,
And not
well,
me.
What do you mean? I didn't see that. Okay, much better. Fine, we'll go with that. Okay, dear God. Sylvis, as you go to sort of pat around the body, maybe looking for some things, doesn't really look, you try to be a bit careful with the body just out of reverence. You do pull out of one of the folds in his armor a small note, or at least a folded piece of paper that looks to be a note.
All right. We'll unfold that and see what it holds.
It appears to be scrawled in a common language of Eflaria, so it's a common that you all would be able to know. And upon it, it says, "To Farron, my friend, it's been a while since I've heard your voice. Unfortunately, a while since I've sent you a message either. I haven't found the time, what with the guard patrols and us being sent out on missions every now and then. The bandits have gotten brazen, but trust and believe that we'll hold them back as best as we can. Sometimes I miss adventuring, being out with you and seeing the stars, seeing the way your face would light up when we talk about things. Is it strange to say that I miss you? In any case, when next you're in Sanguine, please come by the guardhouse and spend some time with me. Your dearest friend, Vars."
man.
So Sylvis, what do you do? Do you read the note aloud, or what do you do?
Yes. Yes, I will. I read it aloud to everyone. And
So Sylvis will turn, and to the backdrop of the howling wind, will read out the note solemnly.
Will you report this back to the guildmaster? Hopefully you can find Varus' friend.
Is there anything else you'd like to do while you're here in front of the corpse of Vars? Anything else to say or do?
Should we take the medallion with us? Is that
yeah,
any kind of like guild tradition?
yeah.
With a light pull from being out so long, you notice that the rope holding the medallion was slightly frozen over. So a light pull seems to let it just shatter it enough that you can take the medallion.
Let's not linger here too long.
All right then.
Well,
Continuing
with
onward.
that, yeah.
It begins to sort of later afternoon. You have counter today. Ah, perfection. Now you know what? In the interest of time, we'll skip that one. Oh, an even better one. So you begin to crest up high into the hills. Night begins to slowly creep over the horizon as twilight begins to fall, painting the entirety of the white and gray landscape in this amber-ish tone of light that almost sort of fills the soul, perhaps, after all the death you've noticed today. As you are doing so, however, you hear in the distance a strange sound. Not so much a roar, but nothing human sounding, almost like some kind of a low drone, like if the wind could come from a beast's mouth. You would hear it high over the hills, cresting over the mountaintops. In the distance, you see a figure. It looks kind of like a stag, elegant despite being massive and entirely composed of ice. Long, arching horns of purplish crystal arc from its head, where a single bright blue eye rests. The creature, easily 30 or 40 feet tall, slowly trots across the frozen lake, freezing the ground wherever it passes. It hasn't noticed you.
Sylvis, don't tell us don't tell me you actually jinxed us.
Quiet.
Ragnar points to it and says, "Can we eat that?"
Ragnar.
Would
No.
anyone like to roll nature, or I will take either nature or religion?
Do a religion check.
Ah, easy. Peace, you are almost blown away at the sight of this thing, because in front of you lies a frostwalker. They are considered to be some of the oldest creatures in Eflaria, who have said to walk the icy plains before even the mountains were carved in this world. They are godlike, heavily devout, worshipped entities, and it is said that sometimes caravans and large groups of pilgrim worshippers will follow behind in their tread, worshipping as they pass across the world. It is said that any who could witness a frostwalker in the wild is a sign of an omen to come. Whether good or bad, depends on the will of the gods.
Elbows Ragnar.
So we can't eat that.
No.
No.
There's no. We don't eat it. We don't touch it. We don't harm it. This thing's
Ragnar,
older.
can we eat it? The entire rest of the party. No.
Not even a little bit?
No. If you piss that off, I am leaving you to whatever it wants to do to you.
And I'm tripping you as we run.
Yikes.
Peace will light some incense and offer a few prayers to the Frostwalker.
Offer weed to the Frostwalker.
As you light a few mist wither incense, I can't say word today, letting the sort of pungent smoke rise into the air, you begin your solemn prayer, and almost halfway through you hear a low droning tone as the Frostwalker raises its head and offers a sound, and then continues its tread, solemnly passing along the icy plains, as if it never noticed you were there. If you look down the mountainside, you can see the dotted figures of unlikely its followers moving in its wake.
Did you say that again?
Could you repeat that?
If you look down the mountain, because it's like decently away from you, though the Frostwalker is very huge, in the distance behind, following in its wake, you can see a pattern of ant-like figures following behind it. They appear to just humanoids, just humans of all, or figures of all different species and culture and walk of life, following behind, lighting incense and offering elaborate hand gestures in the wake of the Frostwalker. Peace, you would know this as the worshippers that follow behind and sort of spend their lives. When they find a Frostwalker, they spend their lives following it as a pilgrimage, believing it'll lead them to a glorious afterlife.
Great. It's like, Peace, friends. They're just to the. These are just worshippers of the Frostwalker. So Ragnar, we're leaving them alone.
All right.
All right, and then you'll pass forward. Night will fall, and you'll be once more allowed to make camp. As you look up above you, you can see a decent mountain peak, not nowhere more than half a day's climb ahead of you, which you are almost certain is likely where the cave, which houses your target, will be.
We're getting close, so I'm gonna. Peace is going to once again take first watch, just in case.
All right. You guys will. Anybody else want to do anything for the night happens?
If we're getting close, I think I'd prefer to be as well rested as I can. Although I'd also volunteer to take a watch.
All right.
Also, I forget what the bandit told us before. What was the leader's name? Started with an S. Cerna?
Yeah,
Yes.
you learned that from Thedral, the dwarf. You told you his name.
Like
Cerna.
furnace, but with an S.
Yeah.
Cernus.
Well, just Cerna, not
Yeah,
not the C.
Thermos.
Yeah, just Cerna.
Cerna.
Yeah, you got it. There you go. So you go to rest, and as the night passes, nothing happens. It's a perfectly quiet night. Just some fine rest and the howl of the wind. Morning comes, and you begin your treks up the mountains, passing through as you approach the hill of the dwarf. And as you approach the mountainside, this worked out so well. So this is not to tangent here, but just so chat's aware, I have a random encounter table I've just been rolling on to have them encounter random things, and some of them I thought would be narratively important or world building important, and some of them were just kind of random things. And low key, the way these happened, nothing really it still kind of worked out narratively. So as you guys crest and turn up the peak, off to the east you see a large, massive valley that almost the way it looks at from where you're standing, it looks almost as if the horizon spills out into this river valley, and then on either side there are two large mountain ranges which sort of split off into the horizon across Eflaria. And in the middle you see on either side of these mountain ranges where they sort of meet at the river valley, there's so large that even from here you can make out some of the finer details of them. Two massive statues, one an older dwarf, the other a tall and imposing orc, both bedecked in ceremonial armor and wielding ancient weapons, staring at each other.
Is this like that valley from Naruto?
It's literally just that, but with a dwarf and an orc. Okay, fuck you. You didn't have to ruin that for me.
I mean, that's what I was thinking too.
I watched the Naruto. I watched the Naruto episode the day I was writing this adventure, and I'm like, yeah, I like that.
Big ass statues.
Big ass statues. I fuck with it.
Add 2 to that history check, by the way.
You're right. Fair enough. Well, Oleg,
add,
you know
add
from
10 to that history check
because for
knowing
knowledge of
about
Naruto.
statues.
Oleg, you
No,
would
I mean,
recognize, you would all recognize this definitely as depicting part of the war. You all know just from basic history that it's well known that the Orcish clans and the Dwarven clans, both of which were well renowned for their incredible peerless skill with blades, were on opposite sides of the conflict, and there were many accounts of incredibly bloody battles between them where peerless bladesmen of unmatchable talent fought for days on end, cutting each other down one at a time. You know for a fact, Oleg, there still is it's a weird mix of bad blood and incredibly hallowed respect between the orcs and most of the northern dwarven clans these days. The midland dwarfs don't really they're not really of the same traditions, so they don't really have much of an opinion on it. But there is a very hallowed tradition of respect, and in fact, this site here, the statue, you believe was built by dwarves after the war to sort of commemorate the honored dead who fought on both sides. And as you two, feel free to take this moment if anyone wants to.
I mean, that doesn't seem very important for the rest of them to know, so
Hey,
I don't really feel a strong need to explain it.
that's fine. As you guys take this moment, you look over from the east, sort of the northern, sort of northeast, and you see, maybe just slightly above you, a slight climb ahead, an opening to what looks to be a sort of outcropping. This high into the mountains, the wind and chill begin to cut to the bone. You can see ahead of you, though there are at times the pall of fog is so dense you might like torches to be able to see. Even still, it's almost impossible to miss the maw-like opening cut into the cliff face around you, almost large enough that you can't see the top. If you get close enough, it doesn't look like anything carved it naturally. Beyond the mouth of the cave, you can see the faintest glow of light. And I will go ahead and bring y'all over to the map because y'all are here. Slide y'all over. Boop, boop. Perfection.
I hope you put a fog of war up.
Oh, nope, it's fine. I didn't want fog of war. Y'all can definitely see the people that are here, but y'all have to drop on them because of the fog.
Got it.
So y'all are not currently in initiative. I will put y'all on the map now. Size everybody properly. Place yourselves wherever you want in this little corner here. But you can definitely, as you sort of approach the mouth of the cave, you can see you can see you can see some fires lit and definitely hear here. Actually, I guess I have sound for this. You can hear maybe some chattering going on.
Cast detect magic as a ritual. So for 10 minutes, I'm just gonna sit and see if there's anything around the.
10 whole minutes. Is that what you're gonna do?
I'm going to stand here and cast detect magic. Yeah.
All right, go ahead and do that. Are the rest of you doing anything during this 10 minutes?
I'll just use my magic sense, which takes less time.
So are we like on a higher up spot, or is it a cave entrance that like?
It's a cave entrance. So this is kind of like a cliff wall side here, and then there's the cave entrance right down here.
Okay.
We could choke point them in that wall. I think.
So
Assuming there's nobody coming in from behind.
Oleg and Peace, you both definitely feel, while you don't feel necessarily any active magic being cast, you do feel, I would say, like the flare of a magically inclined soul, so to speak. At least two of them. They're sort
Well,
of
we've
like,
got two spellcasters of some kind in this cave, so be cautious.
No, which two?
well, I mean, y'all don't really know because y'all aren't really in the cave yet, but two of them are. Yes, no questions around. Two of them are.
Okay.
So what's the plan, folks?
What
So
is the
mine specifically says, like, I can learn the location of any spell or magic item.
No, yeah. So yeah, you feel that. Okay, fine. So then you feel this guy here, and this guy here.
Oh, the two with the different icons. I
Who
guess.
could have guessed? No metagaming. We now know. Well, you now know that. You can share it with us.
Right.
Well, you guys haven't seen them yet, so even if he
since I-
describes them, you wouldn't really be able to like. Oh yeah, the two in the back. The back of where?
No, like he would just be like, I can sense like two spellcasters. One is like just to the east of like this wall, and the other one is like more south, and that would
That's
give us
fair.
a vague idea.
That's fair.
I didn't mean to do that, by the way.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. What's up? What y'all doing?
Did we try and distract them?
Oh, yeah, Joe, what were you looking into?
No, I was actually. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Just keep going. Keep going.
So hold on. Is this wall here? Is that like a wall from the cave, or is that like a cliff face that we're on
It's
top?
a wall.
It's a wall.
Like,
It's
we
like
can't-
it goes.
you can't go over
It's a
it.
cliff, but y'all are at the bottom of it. On the other side of the
Okay.
cave. Yeah.
Okay. So we don't have like the drop on them.
Yeah. You're on the drop. No, there's no drop.
No, we would need to go through the entrance.
All right. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so we could try to choke point these guys at the entrance, but I don't know if they'll be able. Don't know if we're able to see.
Listen, that sounds like metagaming to me. Just
That
talk in
does.
character. You guys should be planning out in character right now. Talk.
Okay.
Ragnar doesn't plan.
Fair enough.
Thanks.
Okay.
Oleg should go first.
That
Well,
makes sense.
we don't. So this is as Silvus. we don't know how many of them could be in there. I'm going to try and see if I can lure one out, and so he'll like move over this way, like still hidden in the shadows,
Got you.
and like he'll throw the rock from earlier.
You did pick the rock up. Where are you throwing
I
that
did
rock?
pick up a rock. So I'm gonna throw the rock, like, so it hits like this section of the cliff face, just so like they'll hear something and maybe someone will come out to check what's over there.
Yeah, I'm okay with that actually. Fine. So
Yeah.
let's see who will do it. This guy here will sort of hear a
And-
sound.
and- And I told the others, so they should probably come with me.
Yeah, he'll just sort of start creeping his way over here, kind of trying to see. He's definitely facing the cave wall, and the fog is definitely very thick. Could y'all give me, what are your bonuses to stealth?
Stealth? Stealth.
Three.
I have +4.
So
Do you want to
+3
just
for
roll?
Dan, +4 for
+1.
or +1, +3 for
Yeah.
for Ragnar.
Zero.
Oh,
Zero.
so
stealth
0.
rank.
So wait, so 0, 4, 3, and 1. All right.
So-
That's an average of. Let me roll this guy's perception real quick. Holy
Joe
fuck,
is
he's brain
the
dead.
bait.
Okay, well, anyway, so so yeah, he just kind of comes out, and he's like, the fog is very thick. It's whipping around. The wind is so howling, you can't really see too far. So he does kind of creep down this way and look to see what sound might have caused that. And this guy here is kind of like moving to here-ish, but not necessarily like right there, because he doesn't notice that he goes away. But he doesn't get too far from the fire, so he's kind of like kind of hanging by the cave face, waiting for him to come back.
Okay. So when he rounds the corner, so the other dude can't directly see him, I am going to take aim with my crossbow and just like signal to the others that like I'm gonna try and get him. So like if they want to do something at the same time, they can try to do that with me. So I've readied my crossbow. Does anyone else want to try and do something as well, or no?
I will. Oh shit. Close is. Alright,
East
I
will-
will.
Oh, okay. You go first.
I think any
Oleg
signs
will
of fire
move up here and
I'll-
ready a javelin
Okay. What are you readying the javelin for?
to throw at this dude
Same guy.
on Silvis's signal.
Okay.
And you can't ready spells, can you?
Yeah.
Oh, you can?
Yeah. 100%. It's an action.
Can I wait? How far is this?
So Ragnar, could you, if he doesn't go down from our initial like fire, can you hit him with a firebolt?
Sure. Can I see this guy?
I'm gonna say by line of sight, just barely, but not really, not fully.
So I can't launch an attack at him.
I'd say no. He would get cover if you did.
Okay. Then I'll just ready a bubble of acid, ready acid spray if that guy survives.
Okay.
Peace is going to first activate Emboldening Bond on Sylvis and Ragnar.
Aw, they're friends.
Yeah. So now they just have to stay 30 feet within each other.
All right.
Nice.
So Peace places places a hand on each of their shoulders and channels the divinity of her god. And little motes of light kind of like circle around the both of them.
Aw, how sweet. All right, go ahead and give me an attack spree at advantage because you are currently stealthed.
You can also add a +4 if you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna add a +4.
That's a hit.
That's
Sneak attack
3
as well.
plus
Your
my
sneak attack as
modifier?
well.
Oh, sneak attack as well.
Yeah.
What does sneak attack do for damage?
I think it's actually D6 for you.
Extra d6. Okay.
Might be a little higher than that, but I'm not really worried about it. It doesn't matter that much to me.
So extra 2 damage on top of 3 plus 3, so 8
You
damage.
turn and so because you were stealthily aiming and readying your action, and you have the drop on him and wasn't readying, the back of the helmet, there's like an opening where the neck is for sort of mobility and motion. You just pluck a crossbow bolt right in there, and he doesn't even have a chance to get to yell. Just and just falls over dead.
Yep.
Well, that worked way better than I thought it would.
And yeah, that's that. What else is happening? You guys
We
are still
wait
stealth.
for more to come out.
Do we?
We'll need to draw. Peace thinks we need to draw more of these out.
Do you have
Ideas?
any plan for that? Because if we just do the same thing, they're probably going to get suspicious.
Also, do you have another rock?
Peace has a sensor. Peace could totally light a block of incense and have it waft in.
Huh. An
What
unusual.
even with potentially without giving away our position?
What's the plan? You're going with that?
Wind is pretty. The wind is pretty
Okay.
heavy.
I'm gonna like step forward a tiny little bit, and then let's. How far am I? So you said I can see him, but I would have disadvantage on attack when
Yeah.
or like keeping you covered.
Mhm.
So I'm not going to attack him. So since he hasn't noticed anything, I'm going to try and flush him out. So Sylvis is going to be casting Cause Fear
Oh, interesting.
on this
Hmm.
this guy.
Go ahead. It's a wisdom saving throw?
Yes.
DC? It's gonna be 8 plus like proficiency plus like I think one of your spell modifiers. Probably charisma.
Probably a better way to use the spell.
Check your spell attack
Probably
bonus.
a better way to use the spell than before.
Better than before, yeah.
It's gonna be 8 plus like probably like your charisma plus your proficiency, I think.
Okay. Yeah, it just wasn't in. Like,
Yeah, it's
what
fine. What's your charisma bonus?
My charisma bonus is 3.
And your proficiency bonus is 2?
Is that dexterity?
No, your proficiency bonus. It should be
Proficiency
on
bonus.
up top.
Should
Oh,
be 2.
yes, 2.
Okay. So that puts you at 13, which okay. So he fails. He is afraid. Sort of suddenly overcome with a feeling of dread. This scout here will pick up his bow, and he'll just sort of like kind of like ready a little bit and start kind of very nervously, slowly creeping his way out towards here, looking for any signs. Could you give me one more stealth check, Sylvis, as he approaches this point right here?
Sure.
He has no recollection of you at all. He has has no idea you guys are there.
All right. I'm just gonna whisper to the others on my mark. We fire again.
All right. Peace
And
will
then
ready her
only
long
have-
crossbow.
And
All right.
fire.
Go ahead and shoot away. That's a one hit from from Sylvis, and not a hit from. Oh wait, are you adding your +4 to that?
I don't get a.
Oh, you don't get it right. Sorry. Whoops. So yeah, that missed.
1 plus 3 plus what? Sneak attack. So another 2.
So that.
That's 6.
So yeah.
Does the
So
javelin
that
hit?
takes the. So yeah, your crossbow bolt takes the bandit right on the shoulder pad, but kind of like goes through the armor. Definitely, you see some blood pour out, so definitely hit flesh. There's a bit of a roar. He's just like, "Nyah! Intruders!" And then all of a sudden, the whole camp seems to be a little bit alerted to the fact that there are some people here. So,
Yes.
initiative, my loves.
Does the javelin hit though?
Yeah. Oh yeah. The javelin does hit. Damage.
Do I still have my acid bubble?
Oh yeah. You can throw that if you want to. You can throw your acid splash.
Oh, we'll
What's
take
the
that.
save on that, Joe?
I got to take myself out of break.
That's a good question. Here.
There we go.
I think.
I like this music.
Thank
One or
you.
two creatures within range. Okay.
Oh.
So he can choose just that particular dude.
Yeah.
Let me add you guys' turns real quick.
1 second. Actually, put initiative. There we go.
Wait, I can't select.
Wait, how did my initiative get set to 0 again?
Oh, I didn't have to redo it. So yeah, what'd you guys get?
Peace was 12, or no, initiative.
Mine was 7.
Alright, Ragnar, what you got?
First one was
14.
Yep.
Sylvis, you're 18. Oleg, you're 7. Alright, and then I guess I'll just roll for the different types. For the scouts.
Wait, is Oleg raging, or should that 7 damage just be only 7 damage and not the 2?
I think the 7 damage actually doesn't count for rage.
Well, also,
looking
your
at
rage was worn
the
off by then. 'Cause you
breakdown.
slept.
But
Well, it's
You
just
slept.
7.
Rage is over.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said I forgot to take myself out of rage.
Yeah,
But
no,
yeah,
you
that's
fall
what I
out
was
of it by default. So yeah, that's what's that? 3 plus 2 is 5 for their initiative. So let me just add turn.
okay.
5. The one guy in the back with the shield. Roll his. He gets
And
a
then-
2, so that's a 3.
The one guy needs to roll a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, he will. I'm on it, don't worry. Just 1 second at a time, please. Sorry.
Yeah. All right.
3, and then the shaman in the back. Let's get him an initiative roll.
Oh, we have shamans.
Oh, yikes. That's a 2. None of them roll particularly well, huh?
No.
Alright,
The other
I'm
dude
and then he has
rolled
to do
way
a dexterity
better than
saving
this.
throw, you said?
Dexterity.
Let me do that real quick. Hiya. Oof, that's a fail. What's the damage?
It is 1d6 acid damage.
26
Oh.
damage. He has this
Let me
much
do
health
that.
left. Alright, go ahead, do it. 3. And what was your javelin damage, Oleg?
It's like 7.
Oh my. Okay. So as this guy just turns and rounds, he finally notices you guys having taken the crossbow bolt. He turns and yells, draws his arrow to maybe get ready to take a shot, and then just takes a javelin in the chest, and then gets acid splashed over him and just falls over screaming and dies. So yeah, he's
Honestly, that went as well as I could have hoped.
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
dead. Hang on, I forgot to scream. Yeah,
That's probably pretty accurate.
there you go. Hey, I spent time finding these sounds, alright? Okay,
Yeah.
I guess now we'll go into surprise round since y'all rolled so well on initiative. Peace. Oh wait, no, sorry, out order. Sylvis, you're up first, go.
Oh. I'm up again. God. I am now the de facto combat leader, even though I'm the one who's supposed to do like talky sneak.
Listen, Sid, go hitty. Stop talking.
Okay. I'll move up here. And can't see him. Alright. Firing my crossbow at the southern dude.
Go for it. 12 will hit.
Okay.
It's 2.
2 plus 3 because
Uh-huh.
dexterity.
Yep.
5. Nice.
Okay. Takes that arrow right in the arm, kind of just maybe even just like breaks it, throws it off to the side. Just like,
And
does not look very happy though. Anything else on your turn?
Slides back like behind the corner a tiny bit.
Anything else on your turn? Is that it?
I think that's all I can do. Yeah.
Big Ragnar, go for it.
All right. So I'm going to first move. Oh wait, I'm right here. Oh shit. I did not realize that's where I was. Okay.
Yeah, you're all the way back there.
And so I can move and then move back, right?
Yeah.
After I attack.
Yes. Just make sure you have enough movement to move back.
Yeah. How? I forgot how much I could move. 30. Okay. Yeah. So. Ooh. Hold on. Oh, the window is not happy with what I'm doing.
It's okay. Come on, Joe. You gotta work with me here.
Okay. Assuming that I move here.
Uh-huh.
I can see him. Okay. Then I'm going to cast a distant acid spray. Oh wait, no, maybe I should just cast Firebolt.
Up to you.
Yeah. What you feeling? see. We'll see if Firebolt is just cursed or if.
Go for it.
It's okay. You
Take
can
the
roll
take.
another D4 if you want.
That is.
That's true. You can add. You can add.
Right, you
a,
did-
you can
you
add a
buffed
D4 to the
the-
damage
yeah.
to the attack roll. Go ahead and roll your attack roll, bro.
Alright.
So D20 plus your charisma plus your proficiency, so like a plus 4.
So from that buff, do you get that once around or?
Once a turn.
Yeah. So once a turn. As long
That
as
is
we
a
stay
hit.
within 30.
Yes.
Nice.
Damage.
Tis not cursed.
Woo!
Damn, son.
9
Damn.
damage. You fling a blast of greenish fire at him, and he just kind of takes it, and his gear begins to burn. He's just like, ah, ah! And he's falling, kind of falls over, tries to stamp himself out. This guy looks very, very, very worse for wear. Does not look in the best shape at all.
Oh, finally, Ragnar.
That was some breath of fire.
Ragnar puffs his chest out. And thank you for saying it was green fire, because, like,
Yes.
I got you.
I always
baby.
imagined it as green fire.
I got
You
you.
have
I got
green-
you, bruh. I made your model
have
for you. I
green
got you.
fire. I have blue fire.
Peace. You're up. Let's go.
All right, Peace
Other
moves.
one
Peace
special-
moves up a bit and puts a hand on Oleg and
Oh,
casts
thank you.
Oleg has been wanting some physical contact.
It's
and
not a
casts
spell. It's just
Warding
got them.
Bond. You now get a +1 bonus to AC and all saving throws. Resistance to all damage, and also every time you take damage, I take the same amount of damage.
Oh.
Yeah,
Interesting.
exactly.
Pretty damn cool.
So two silver rings sort of like start glowing and and wrapping around both of our wrists.
I like that. Anything else you want to do? You still have more movement to go if you want.
Peace is also going to take this moment to as a bonus action activate Sanctuary on herself.
Okay.
They're purity bracelets.
All right.
They
Anything else?
symbolize purity.
That's it.
Okay.
Peace is done.
Oleg, it's you.
All right. I am very much a charge in head first kind of guy. So I will.
Now that you've gotten a nice bracelet from Peace.
So I will charge in. I think this is 25 feet. And then I will take a. I will aim a javelin at
How many javelins do you have?
this guy over or that guy. Yeah,
How many javelins do you have?
4.
Okay, go ahead.
And he collects them after each fight, so he's thrown one
That's true.
at that guy.
Uh-huh.
Oof.
What's that, in 10? That's gonna... So you throw the
One-
javelin,
one attack.
and it was an on-target throw, but he just raises his shield, just right on the shield. Takes it right on the shield.
Solid.
Anything else?
Let's see. I did my action. I did my. I'm gonna save my rage, so no.
All right. The scout will go up.
Tiny.
Actually, wait. Can I? Oh wait, no. I can't store a bonus.
Tiny side note, Fox. That makes me want to watch you play Bannerlord with the shield block.
I know, right? With the shield blocking, it's very fun. I'm thinking about it. That's actually what I'm thinking of when I saw it happen. The scout will just move up a little, clearly still not wanting to get too close, and he will take a shot at the very angry-looking dwarf currently screaming in front of him.
That's a mistake.
Just
That is not a hit.
just pings off of the.
He's
Pings off the
so
shoulder, just
overcome with fear. He's shaking when he tries to shoot, and he just misfires into the ground.
Yeah, he's having a rough one. And he'll just kind of step over here from there. Up next, shielded one will meet the challenge. He'll sort of bat his sword, his raggedy sort of misshapen sword against his shield a couple times, and just begin to. Yeah, he'll just.
Yeah, he can make it.
Oh yeah, he'll run right up on to you, Oleg, and take a swing at you with his sword.
Oh, you're approaching me. You could
Does
run away.
a
Instead,
14
you're
hit
choosing
you,
to
Oleg?
come closer.
A 14
Sorry, 15
with
actually.
With pieces buff, it does not hit.
Boof. Well, he just bangs against the side of your armor, just clangs and reverberates against it. The glowing wristband kind of like, shines a little bit brighter as it happens, and he just kind of just like, magics! And he's clearly very, very unhappy. Speaking of magics, the shaman will go now. This one will move over here.
Stay away from the
This is where I gotta figure out what fucking spell.
Stay away from the voodoo
What spells
mount.
do
Not enough energy.
Oh shit. Uh-oh.
I need
That's
more
okay.
mana.
This one
Are
will
both the
stand there.
shamans sharing?
It will throw a firebolt at Oleg. Oleg, that's gonna
Oleg
miss you,
currently
you're
has
fine.
resistance to fire and all other.
It missed, it doesn't matter. And then as a bonus action, it'll just kind of just like call out to the other one. This one here will move up. It will also throw a fireball at Oleg, I guess. And hit.
Oh shit.
And then that'll do 1d10 fire damage? Where's my d10? You know what? Advanced dice roll. 3 damage.
Ooh.
Oh,
Oh,
you're,
Wait, how does
you're resistant,
spell
so
resistance
it's
work
1.
in
It's 2, sorry,
5e?
2 damage.
yeah. How does resistance work?
It halves it.
Okay.
So you take 2 damage.
So 2 damage?
You and Peace both
All
take
right.
2 damage.
Okay.
Okay, I also take 2 damage.
As like the fire just like washes over you, and then like as like it clears, even though the shaman has this big smile on his face, it's just like you don't even appear like that bothered by it. It's just washed over you.
You're like very slightly singed.
Yeah,
Like,
just-
thanks, I was cold.
Very slightly singed, much more angry.
Yeah. Say something witty to the wizard.
Say something funny.
Ah, just the thing to warm me up after this cold mountain voyage.
I like it. It works.
I love
And we're
it.
back to the top of the order. Silvis, make it happen, boss.
Okay. Okay, so we can stay close to you. You can actually go decently far.
That's me.
No, I know. I need to stay within 30 feet of you or the buff expires.
Yeah.
Can I use Oleg as cover?
No.
I was actually about to ask.
I'm a dwarf, so no.
No is the answer to that one.
Okay, fine. I will move up to here. And then I shall. Actually, no. Instead, it's time to show off some melee combat.
Get in there.
We're gonna go and we're gonna melee this dude. Where was I initially? Was I here?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, so I'm just keeping in mind if I want to move anywhere. So that's half move.
Okay.
15. I will bust out the rapier.
The rapier.
Gald.
That is a
Oh
hit.
damn, son!
Yeah.
That is absolutely a hit. Give me damage.
9.
9 piercing damage. So you come in nimbly and swiftly, dancing around almost like, with like the footwork.
He's
the
occupied
bandit's
with
confused.
Oleg, and while he's got his shield facing him, I managed to just stab in right
Right
between
in the crooks, right
armor.
between the armor. At the side, you pull out, you see blood on your rapier. He's grunting in a bit of pain. And yeah,
Does that get any dex bonus for damage, or is that just
it does,
strength?
yes. Because it's a
Okay.
finesse weapon.
So 3.
So yeah.
12 damage.
Well,
So that's- Oh, cool! Wow. So yeah, he definitely does not look on the brighter side. He's definitely looking a little worse for wear. Kind of maybe like kind of like the sword almost at hand, kind of like not so much clutching the side, but like closer to the side. Now it's like trying to like stop the bleeding a little bit.
Oh, also, I'm dumb because I didn't do this before, but it doesn't matter for this combat. I can actually give myself a bonus to my initiative equal to my charisma modifier.
Oh yeah, that's true. You're right because you're
Yeah.
racked with audacity.
Yes.
All right, is that it for you? Yes.
After that, I will move. Let's just go like
Provoking an attack of opportunity from the person
Nope.
you are fighting.
wrong. If I have meleeed at someone, they
You
do
don't.
Not get
You're right
attack
because you're so nimble with it. You're so nimble.
Yes.
You're so nimble.
fancy footwork.
Fancy footwork. So yeah. So you just slip
like-
right out and that's it. Ragnar, go.
All right. Oh, why does it scroll me up every time I right click?
Fuck you. That's why.
I mean, right click. If you right click the map, you can scroll up and down.
Okay, so I'm gonna go right here.
Right up next to him.
Yep, and I'm going to. Which one?
And we've stayed within 30 feet of each other, so we're still good
Sure.
on that. Yeah, the rapier did a lot of damage.
That's good damage.
Okay, I'm going to use acid spray on the shield man's face.
What's the spell save DC is 12, and it's a Constitution saving throw.
Yep.
It's a fail.
It's a 1d12.
1d12 poison damage.
Yikes.
Oh.
What do you mean? On what? What are you talking about? I didn't see your roll.
Thank you.
Whoa, that's better. Yeah, you the guy. He sees you coming in, takes a swing at you, and he misses, and you just like lift up your hand to his face and just acid all through the. It melts it like the metal of his helmet just starts to melt into his face. And he's just like grabbing it. He drops the sword and the shield, starts grabbing at his face, and just falls over, squirming for a while until eventually he's dead.
Can Ragnar instead be like a frilled lizard from Jurassic Park, where he just kind of spits it?
Oh hell yeah! Please don't let me tell you how your spells
No,
come out.
I
Yeah,
did
you
it.
walk up,
I
you
did
flip
it.
the attack, you just
It's
spit
like-
acid at him.
It's
Tell
like
us.
you see his cheeks puff up and just
He just
like in Naruto.
yeah, like
Uh-huh.
that one jutsu.
Uh-huh.
You just and just acid all over him and just melts. Oh, that's so good. I love that. That's actually really cool. I like that a lot, actually. So yeah, that's it. This guy just falls dead. Anything else, Ragnar?
I've moved as much as I can. There's nothing else I can do, right?
Yeah. Unless you have any bonus actions you want to cast.
I don't think I have anything like that.
All right then. Peace. Hit it.
All right. So Peace is gonna move. Yeah, Peace is gonna move here, and then, let's see. What shall I do? What shall Peace do? Peace decides to take aim with the crossbow, and hit this mage over here.
Go for the mage. Go for it.
Yes.
That's a hit. Damage. 6. Drops a little bit. And as you go to do that, you hit him. The mage sort of looks like he wants to maybe like throw a spell back at you. But as you guys go to do that, you can hear a sound so loud it rumbles the cave.
Peace does not like the sound.
Just an insanely
Peace's fur just kind
loud
of stands
roar.
on
And
end.
at first it seems almost like everything kind of maybe falls quiet. Like everyone almost is suddenly very, very concerned about that howl. And then you hear even louder roars coming from the cave. And suddenly, the scout begins to look incredibly panicked as he looks at the wound in his chest. And the two shamans, meanwhile, scurry off as fast as they possibly can. This scout, however, looks panically at you, looks panically off at the two shamans who ran away, and just turns to you and says, "Kill me before he comes, please."
Peace is not a fan
Damn.
of mercy killing, but Peace will do so.
All right, wait, where's
Oleg
the
loves mercy killing. Also, Oleg will kill him.
One more time?
So the shaman that's to the south is asking for a mercy killing?
Oh,
or
yeah, the ranger, the scout down here is asking for a mercy kill.
The scout, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, having been involved in the war, yeah.
Can we try to persuade him to?
Just
Tell us what's coming, and
roll
we'll
mercy
tell
kill.
us what's coming, and we'll oblige you.
Just,
Not coming. Calling.
best way for a mercy killing. What do you think?
I've got axes.
He does
Is
have axes.
poison in his face? Or acid?
Peace thinks you're taking too long. Peace roll Sacred Flame.
Oof.
Oh damn,
Yeah, so
son!
I don't know what color your fire is, Peace, but just blinding white like light just descends on this guy and engulfs him in just a pillar of flame, and you
Okay,
just
let's
hear
move away from
just
that.
just an
That's-
insane amount of shouting as he just is he shouting and screaming as he is taken to his untimely end. Or maybe it's very
Damn.
timely depending on how you feel about him.
You know, I mean, hey, he wanted us to get rid of him, and the peace cleric.
Yes.
From the back, from the rear, again so loud that it could resound all across the cave. You hear again, followed by intruders, almost as if it's like a beckoning call. And in the interest of time, we are going to skip through.
He's waiting for us.
We're going to skip through the entire dungeon I had written because we're short on time.
Yeah.
All according to Kate.
And instead, we will bring you guys right to
Which is in tears.
The important thing. So,
So
you
all
walk
the
through.
other people in the dungeon are like cowering in fear.
Yeah.
At whatever.
You walk through the dungeon. You see some bandits just kind of huddling in fear. You pass what looks to be maybe some, I don't know, some poison mushrooms, maybe some javelin throwing traps. You may be walking to this one dining room that might have been like a possible setup for an ambush or something. I don't know, but you pass through that and eventually enter into a den. There's sort of like a sort of like room carved into the nest of the side of the cave. And as you step in, you are greeted with a few figures. The two shaman from earlier, and directly in front of them, towering over all of you, a massive humanoid bear figure wielding a cleaver-like sword of stone that's probably about as big as, Oleg or Peace.
Me.
We're
He
not very
turns.
big to be fair.
Well.
While he was facing, this figure is currently facing a massive bonfire in the middle. There are splotches of blood and other bodily parts spread all across the ground, as well as some figures in cages, some of whom maybe look alive, but most of whom look very, very dead. And as you are observing this whole scene, seemingly as if it just either hasn't noticed or doesn't care that you've entered its den, Cerna takes a nice large handful of bloodied meat and intestine and chomps. You can hear a wet, sickening chomping sound as it just chows down on the meat, and then turns with a bloody maw and just says, "And what brings you fresh meat here?"
You must be Cerna. Well,
My reputation precedes me. And you, little rat.
I couldn't really care less who you are. We're here for the captives. Give them to us or die.
Captives? You mean my meals?
Meals, captives, tomato, you're going down, you psychopath.
Psychopath? And what would you know of such things?
I've seen enough war.
Yes, you lower folk in your pithy wars, your conflicts, your conflagrations. I'll bet you think that's suffering, don't you? I'll bet you think that's pain, don't you? He says, growling.
You're talking big for someone who's just been having their bandits raid the same village over and over just to sate their own hunger.
Yes, that miserable little dunghole they call Sanguine. Tell me, do you know how that town came to be?
Is now the time for the monologuing history lesson of how they murdered all your loved ones and whatever, blah, blah, blah.
If only it were so simple. Yes. What used to be Sanguine was once my ancestral hunting ground. My mate and my family and I lived there for generations of our family. Known there for a very long time. And when the humans and their ilk felt like it would be a suitable place for a town, they ran us off in the only way they could. Butchering them. That tavern in the middle of the town, the pelts of my mate and my eldest are still strewn across the floor. So how many innocents will I kidnap? How many of them will I shovel into my maw? How many of them will I butcher? As many as I have to until they suffer as I have!
Great. But you are far from justified. If you had stopped after you killed those who you knew were responsible for the pain and suffering on your mate and your children, then maybe I could have accepted it. But you've gone far too long with this.
And I intend to go so much longer. He'll slam that massive cleaver on the ground in front of you guys and re-roll initiative, my loves. It's time for a boss fight.
It's time for a killing.
I'm boss.
Let me clear our turns again. I'm sorry. I fucked up. Clearing turns.
Oh, I didn't. Damn.
Okay,
Ooh.
I guess I'll reroll. Whoa!
All right.
Peace was not expecting to have such a high roll in the second
Works for
roll.
me. Joe, reroll it. Yours didn't go in. Okay. And then,
And add my charisma modifier of 3.
so it's 7.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do the shaman. Also, they get a 3. Add turn. And then Cerna himself, the big bloody bear, rolls
Peace is
a
not happy
net.
with this.
I mean, they're still not the
Dexterity bonus
fastest.
of
Peace still
+1
goes
for
first.
wisdom.
Peace still goes first.
Yep.
Peace does still go first.
Time to party, folks. So Cerna will just slam that cleaver on the ground, whip it behind him, kicking up stone and everything, and then just drive, just start barreling right for the lot of you. He will get right to here and whip that cleaver and just.
Wait, Peace
slice
is
it.
wondering
Yeah,
why
please don't.
Sarna is moving first.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. Go ahead.
Peace rolled
Peace,
21.
do your thing. Ignore that whole thing I just said. Doesn't happen. Peace, go ahead.
Forget that.
Probably moved better.
It wasn't real. It was an hallucination.
Peace is going to
Like
cast
that
a
anime
Boldening
thing.
Bond on Sylvis and Ragnar. And then Peace will cast on herself Sanctuary. And then run fuck this away.
Okay, solid. Respect. Is that it?
Peace is gonna hold up in this nice little corner over here.
Solid respect. All right, Cerna will do that thing I was saying previously. Again, just slams the cleaver in the ground, whips it backwards, kicking up dust and stone, roars at you, and then just charges right to here.
Oh,
Actually,
also, did I regain any health since?
you're at full health.
earlier?
You're all at full health right now.
Oh, I'm at full health. Okay.
And now it's gonna swing with its great cleaver. Let me give you the advanced dice roll out for this one. At the one who decided to talk all that trash.
What?
The 19 hit
That-
you.
That's yes.
You are going to take.
I take offense at this hit.
5 damage.
Okay, it's not the worst.
It will then turn and swing again, this time at Oleg. Oleg, does the 22 hit you?
Ooh. Yes, a 22 hits.
Oleg, you will take 8 damage. Slashing, by the way. Slashing damage. And now, yeah, that's actually his turn.
Okay. Alright, so my turn then.
Yep.
Right, well, Oleg, appropriately invigorated at that slash damage, flies into his rage which
Some
means a
wild
wild
magic.
surge roll. Huh?
Time for some wild magic.
God damn it.
Another one. What do you mean? I didn't see that. What are you talking about? That's not real. Those aren't real numbers. That's a different
Those
number.
are real numbers.
That was a fluke. It wasn't real.
Took the square root of
All right.
1.
Recount.
Stop the
Until
count.
my rage ends, I'm surrounded by multicolored protective lights. I gain a +1 bonus to AC, and while within 10 feet of me, all allies gain the same bonus.
Nice.
So I guess best to stay where I am.
Probably.
And then I will take a swing at Cerna
Go for it.
with. Rage is proc.
Yes.
That is a miss.
Wait. Did Peace?
No,
do the-
I activated on Sylvis.
No, it was on you and Ragnar.
Okay.
Although warding bond is still active, so
Oh yeah, true.
so I actually took the same amount of damage as
Wait, how long does it last?
1 hour.
Oh yeah, it's long.
And wouldn't,
Oh.
Wait, does that mean that your AC should have been higher for that roll though?
Well, no, it still would
I
have hit,
mean,
but you would have taken
It
half
would
damage.
have, but it wasn't going to beat a 22.
You would have taken half damage though, because you're resistant. So you would have
Oh, okay.
taken only 4 damage, both of you.
Oh,
both
okay
sides.
then.
Okay.
All right. So is there anything else to do after your attack doesn't hit?
My attack doesn't hit. I used my bonus action to go into rage, so I don't think there's anything else I can do.
All right. As a bonus, so as you, so who's up next? Peace, you're up next. But Peace, before you go,
Wait,
Cerna
But no,
will take an action
not
to.
me, because remember I should have been first.
Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry. It's actually Ragnar's up next. But
Yep.
before Ragnar gets to go, Sylvis, can you strength saving throw for me?
You can also use a +4 on that one. You haven't spent your.
I haven't spent it. Why am I making a strength?
Oh, it's okay. You pass. Cerna turns and lashes at you, trying to like grip you up in his huge paw, but you dip back behind him as you try to do so.
Rude.
And Ragnar, you're up.
Also,
Alright,
wait,
Ragnar-
wait, why is that a strength thing and not like a dex or acrobatics thing?
Because it's a grapple.
Because you overpowered the Cerna.
Yeah, it's a grapple check.
Okay, so Ragnar takes a deep breath, and instead of spitting acid, spits a color spray. Oh no, it's light. Never mind. Well, maybe it still comes out of his mouth.
Sure. Everything comes out.
Dazzling array of flashing color lights springs from your hand. Roll 6d10. Total is how many hit points of creatures this spell can affect. Creatures in a 15-foot cone originating from you are affected in ascending order of their current hit points. Starting with the creature that has the lowest hit points, each creature affected by them is blinded until the end of your turn. Alright, so go ahead and roll those 6d10. See how many hit points you get.
And that's a +4 still, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah. if you wanna-
Yep, sure, why not? 30? Not high enough.
Damn. Wait, does it have to have the creature's entire hit points?
No.
Okay.
So actually no, sorry, actually no, it does take him actually. So yeah, he's blinded now.
Okay.
So yeah, let me get him a little.
Oh, I see.
Here you go. He's blinded. All right, is that your turn?
Yeah. Maybe Ragnar runs behind Sylvis? Or no. Maybe actually
Remember, if you're within 10 feet of me, you get a buff.
So anywhere within like 2 spaces, even
Yeah.
diagonally.
yeah, going to move right here.
All right.
So yeah. I feel like there's an agreement that Ragnar and pretty much everybody else is squishier than Oleg, but Ragnar, you know, is
All
a
right.
very
Anything else?
that is all.
All right. Sylvis, go.
Okay. How the hell do I get myself into these situations every time?
You talk shit.
I know, but hey, talking shit is fun, and you know it.
That's fair.
You liked the back and forth.
I did. It was pretty good. I enjoyed it.
You just roleplay.
Your smart mouth gets you into a lot of situations. It's okay. We'll get you
All
out
right,
of
maybe
it.
now deal with the giant bear in front of you before it breaks your skull. And you know, the rest of you.
Yeah.
Just a
Yeah, you
typical
make-
day
you
in
make a
San
fair
Diego.
point. Do I get to sneak attack since he's blinded? Like, do I get
Yeah, sure, why not? Fuck it.
sneak attack? Cool.
I don't know if that's the ruling or not, but fuck it, I don't care. Sure.
Well, I mean, even if that didn't matter, I can sneak attack against things if there's
You're right.
no
Okay.
other creatures within 5 feet.
We gotta move.
So I can actually do that.
We gotta move. Come on.
Do daggers get a special bonus for that, or should I just use 3?
No, just roll it.
Okay, sneak attack. +4.
And with advantage because it's sneak attack, that hits. 11 damage.
11 plus 3 plus 2,
Mm-hmm.
so that's 16.
16 away from.
You hit an artery.
Okay.
What?
You hit an artery or something.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
definitely you get deep into that side there. He leaks some blood out. He'll roar a bit. Maybe that kind of like.
And with
push
that,
to the
I'm
side.
gonna just slide over here.
Yeah. All right.
Right.
He can't attack you because you hit him with an attack. So okay. Anything else? That's it.
Right. Left.
The shamans will
wait,
go.
wait.
Sorry.
I can use what is it? I can use cunning action to hide.
Okay. Do you wanna?
Where are you gonna hide?
I don't know how hiding works.
I don't. You can only hide if you're like behind an object you can actually hide behind, and it boosts your AC.
Okay. Do other people count as objects?
No.
And ignore
Don't
them.
objectify us.
All right. The
We're
shamans
not
will go. This one will go to here. This one will move to here, and they'll both begin chanting while red flames begin to build up in their hands.
Uh-oh.
Peace, go.
Right. Let's see. Peace was going to aid her companions, but Peace thinks that the shamans are a little bit not so good right now.
You
So,
sure?
Peace
You're
is
sure it's the
going
shaman's
to
not the giant fucking bear with the cleaver in front of you?
Peace is also concerned about giant fireball.
And or them buffing the bear.
Hey, that's
Yeah.
metagame. Shut up.
Peace is concerned about
listen,
about
I'm
giant
kidding.
I think
I'm
the shaman's
kidding.
gonna
I'm
do
kidding. It's a
something
joke.
to serve their leader.
It's a joke. Relax.
So Peace is going to light the shamans on fire first.
Okay.
We hope.
I like Timmy Tim's jokes better. Nothing against you. They just
All
have
right.
some-
A DC 12 dexterity saving throw. That's a pass for the first one, and a fail for the second one. So this one will take 4 damage. Okay. Anybody else? Anything else?
Peace cannot do anything else, unfortunately.
All right.
All right,
Cerna's up.
back to giant bear.
Cerna will try to sort of literally just like muscle aside to here, meaning Oleg, go ahead and make an attack of opportunity.
Alrighty.
That is a hit.
Damn, son.
Damn.
Damage. You know,
16 damage.
jury's out whether it's going to be a good thing for you guys or not. We'll see. So,
Quiet, now
we
you're
got
the
14
one
health. So having said that, Cerna's turn. He will start off with taking his first attack move. If he will do his first attack, so it's going to be, my attack's rolling up, sorry. He will take that attack at the little one, actually, Ragnar.
Come on.
Does a 25 hit you?
Man,
It's a yes.
I'm not even gonna answer that.
Why do you get fucking +6?
You don't want to answer that question. Just know
It's because he's low, isn't it?
Huh? Well, no, not. He's always had +6.
It's always a +6?
Oh, don't worry. It's about to get worse. He's gonna do his crushing bite attack. That only does 1d6 plus 3 damage. So here's that goes. You take 8 damage.
Oh, that's not as bad as I thought it would be.
Yeah, you take
It's
8
about to
damage.
get worse.
And then, Cerna, because he is now he's a little bit lower, will activate his Gore Storm. So as you sort of, Oleg, as you like crack out with your Warhammer and strike at Cerna's side, you maybe like hit him like his certain, he kind of like you feel maybe a rib give in, see some blood pour out of that earlier rapier wound. Cerna will just begin to go ape shit, just lashing out in a berserk rage. So he seems to be just kind of in this frenzied state. His eyes seem to glow with a red sort of anguish. And you notice that the moment this happens, these two shaman stop whatever fucking spell they were casting and just book it. They're gone. They have no more desire to be here. They leave.
They are just getting the fuck out.
They're gone. They leave.
Well,
He will now take his second attack as a Great Cleaver attack against Oleg.
he has a thing against short people, okay?
That's literally
Oleg,
the
how much damage
entire party.
did you do?
I mean, you're not wrong.
Oleg, how much damage did you do in that one attack?
16.
And
I get the feeling I should have lied.
okay, so he has 2 gore points. He's gonna roll this attack.
He spend gore
The
points.
22 hit you.
What? Oh,
22 hits
I
him.
thought that was the damage.
He
Yeah,
gets plus
22.
one, he gets plus 2 to his AC.
Literally, like, you can't not get hit by that, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, you
This is a
100%
rhetorical
can. All right, so he's gonna do damage to you guys now. What is the damage for that? Oh yeah,
To him
it's
and Machado.
Me.
12.
With his resistance, so it's halved.
It is half. So here's the flat damage. He's gonna spend both of his gore points he currently has to increase the damage by 1d6 per. So here comes 2.
Wait, why did it roll? Oh,
So here's this.
So it's 15. So it's a D12 plus
15
Oh.
plus 2. So 17 damage halved.
question.
Yes.
If I have 2 effects active that cause resistance,
Nope,
do I
you just
doubly resist?
Nope, you don't doubly
Okay.
resist.
Do you round up or down?
Down.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
so that is
17,
8 damage.
8 damage.
8 damage.
So I have 17 plus. Yikes.
And that's it. That's his turn. Oleg, you're up.
You can't move away there without provoking attack. No.
I have no intention to move away. Taking a swing at this guy.
Hit him. That is a hit. Damage. Another 11. Woo, boy. He is looking a little worse for wear. You're noticing maybe a slight bit of hobble in his step. As he
13
recovers.
actually.
Oh yeah, you're right. 13. You're right. So yeah, you're definitely noticing a hobble in Cerna's step as he's trying to swing and wail at you guys. Anything else in that turn?
I don't think I have anything that I can take a bonus action for.
Okay. After that, he will turn and swipe to grab at. Oleg. Oleg, could you give me a a strength saving throw?
Okay. I have advantage on that.
All right, well then
because
go
of
ahead.
reach.
Roll twice and take the highest. Or I guess just roll once. Oh, yikes! So as you try to step back from that swing, Cerna, with a sudden surge of motion, despite being reeled by your warhammer, reaches out with that big, massive bare arm and just snatches you by the throat and lifts you
You
in
also
the air.
get the
You are
plus
now
1 to
grappled.
save, doesn't he? From his effect.
Huh?
Oh, that
Yeah,
is
he gets a
true.
plus 1 to all saving throws.
Oh yeah, it's not high enough. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Got
I
it.
didn't think it would be. I just wanted to make sure it was being.
So yeah, Cerna is now gripping Oleg in one of his hands, just like, and he is still very, very angry. Also, because you dealt 11 damage, you gained 1 more gold point.
This must be every 10 damage.
We
Yep.
got really lucky with the other gore points not causing massive damage.
Yeah.
All right,
you could've just been
Ragnar,
literally
you're up.
All
could've
right.
literally been-
Ragnar is going to move right here, and
Are you sure about that?
You don't want to provoke a
You're
attack
getting
attack
Oh,
roll.
out of melee.
oh,
of
okay.
some
I don't really know how these things work.
I've only been able to do it because one of my abilities makes.
Well, to be
it
fair,
high.
because he is currently grappling Oleg, it will be at disadvantage if he does the attack of opportunity.
I still wouldn't trust that with his plus 6.
Yeah, I'm going to give him a good old one of these.
Acid spray.
Acid spray. Come on. Roleplay out. What do you do?
Yeah, roleplay out.
Well, he's right in front of him, so he looks up at him and just.
Love it.
Pops up his cheeks, real big.
Right in his
Squeezes
face.
acid all
Rolls on his neck. Flare
Oh, and
out.
Cerna fails the saving throw. Go ahead and roll damage.
Maybe he taps him on the leg. What's up?
Oh,
Go ahead and roll damage.
All right.
1d12.
Yeah, he taps him on the shin, and then he looks over and just.
He's right in his face.
Oh, full
my-
damage.
Right in the face.
All right,
Damn.
Cerna's definitely, he's looking, so like he's now like acid in his face. He's like, one eye is definitely like almost put out almost. He is freeling and roaring and a mixture between agony and like abject bloodshed. He will take his bonus action to do a ravage. So a grappled target, which means you, Oleg, suffers a crushing bite attack. That does triple the damage.
Triple. What?
Don't worry, the crushing bite's the d6 damage, not the d12. Don't
Oh,
worry.
okay.
But
What
it's-
kind
it
of
is- It is
damage?
still a normal attack,
I'm
so
moderately concerned
give me a second. Taking a second to roll, sorry. Does a 17 hit you?
now.
Plus-
What's your AC?
What's your AC?
AC is 14, so even with a buff, it
Plus-
hits.
No.
plus-
No, you get +2 from being bound to Michelle and +1 from your other buff, so it's actually.
Oh,
7.
it's +2? Oh, I thought it was only
No,
+1.
it's a +1 to being
Only
bound to me.
+1 from the thing being bound to you, Michelle?
Yeah. +1 to AC is pretty good. That's a lot of
True.
AC.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, it's still a hit, so you're gonna go ahead and
Okay.
take that that 1d6 plus 3 piercing damage, which is gonna be triple.
But then it's gonna be
roll
half.
a 1. So plus 3 is 4, so tripled is 12, but
Takes
you're
Half
6.
is 6.
so 6.
So both of you take 6.
Yep.
That's
How is
You just
Pete's
healed.
doing this?
Yeah,
I
how's Peace
think
doing
Yeah.
right now?
She would have less health total than fucking.
And that is it for its bonus, its legendary action. So we're gonna hit the next person. Sylvis, you're up.
Okay, well, time to move back in and get stabbed.
I was gonna
Stab.
say you just been camping out.
Actually, so if I start here, do friendly creatures count for the being able to do sneak attack?
What do you mean?
Like, so for my sneak attack, I can do it if there's not another creature within 5 feet of me.
This is without another creature period, then all creatures count.
Okay, then I will just move around the back here, and then I will sneak attack with the rapier, and somehow my extra tab that had my character page closed. So 1 second. Hey, you can't say you haven't done the same.
Oh, plenty of time, dude. No judgment.
But it was with advantage, so that's
It's
a
with
hit.
advantage. and I
18
can
is
do
a
plus
hit.
4. So
Roll
Eight
damage.
you hit 9 damage plus 3 plus 2, so that's another.
14.
That's 14 damage.
Oh my, he does not look good at all. He looks very, 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 very wounded, but is still kind of limply like trying to like wheel around and swing the cleaver at you guys. He almost seems amazed that he's been taken over like this swiftly, you know?
Okay, and then can't really get out of range, but I'll just right here.
All right,
Because I think I only
it's
have
up to you.
5 more feet of movement.
I guess legendary action. Doesn't necessarily need to have one because he can't snatch. So yeah,
In before the boss explodes and we all die.
as using his
Wouldn't
legendary
be the
action,
first time.
he will he'll use legendary action throw to toss Oleg 10 feet this way into Sylvis. Sylvis, you must step back 5 feet, and both of you must take a dexterity saving throw, or suffer 1d10 force damage.
Okay.
Oleg, you're
Dexterity,
taking it.
At least dexterity, I know.
Yikes!
That's
You are both taking 4 force damage as Oleg is slammed into Sylvis.
Well,
wait,
wait,
I-
wait.
Save doesn't save me.
Oleg
add
takes
plus
half that.
4 to
Oh yeah, Oleg takes half. Oh yeah, Oleg takes 2. You're right.
5 add plus 4 to that.
It's all good. Yeah. So go ahead, Pete.
Oh,
you're up.
So Chris, I do have advantage on dexterity because of danger sense.
Oh, yeah, true. So the
so
14. Oh yeah. So no,
does the
actually you're
14
fine then. So,
pass
yeah,
that?
so never mind. You're fine then. Oleg, you're fine. You stick the landing. You're perfectly fine because you land on Silvis and his cushiony fur softens your landing.
How much damage do I take?
2 or 4. Sorry, 4.
I assume I can't use whatever Michelle's buff thing is. For
Nope.
this.
You take 4.
I mean, it's a dex save. Did you already use your 4 on something?
No, I didn't. This is a new round, so.
Oh yeah. So if you want to, then go ahead. You can add the 4. If you add the 4, then you pass.
Yeah. Okay. Then yes.
Okay. Well then you're fine. Okay. Peace. You're up. Go.
All right. I'm going to activate my channel divinity.
He's the real MVP though.
Palm of Peace. So as an action, I can move up to my speed without provoking opportunity attacks. And if I move within 5 feet of any creature during this action, I can choose to restore a number of hit points to that creature equal to 2d6 plus my wisdom modifier.
Wow.
Minimum of 1 hit point.
That's pretty cool.
Well, you have to choose only one creature to do that.
No, any creature.
Any creature.
So that's all.
And it's
So
not-
all creatures that I move past that I want to can
All right. So how you
take
doing it?
restore.
What's the game plan?
So I am going to move around here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I move back a little bit. So I choose to restore
And you-
2d6
wait,
plus my
that's
wisdom.
35 feet.
Yeah, 35 feet.
Oh,
jump.
okay. To here.
Okay. There you go.
So that means you 3, I'll get a plus 2d roll or 2d6, and then plus my wisdom modifier, which is 2.
So 8. You
Okay.
3
They
all
all
regain
gain
8
8.
hit points then. Anything
So,
else?
if I'm bonded to Michelle and she heals me, does that mean she also gets healed?
I don't think so.
No, it's just for taking it.
Yeah, I think it's spelled just for damage. All right. Anything else? Peace.
Peace can't do anything else.
All right.
Peace will stay.
Lumbering and limping, Cerna will turn over towards the one that seems to be the biggest threat right now, which would be the dwarf. He turns back to Oleg, and with defiance and rage in his eyes, you take another swing with that cleaver. Does a 15 hit you, Oleg?
15 does not hit.
So, clearly tired and unable to really muster his full strength, Cerna will simply swing and you'll catch that blow on the aft of your warhammer. Cerna will then turn and try to lean back in for another crushing bite. This one's not triple damage, don't worry. And another 15, so a miss again. So yeah, clearly wounded and tired, Cerna is unable to inflict any damage upon you. And having said that, Oleg, it is now your turn.
Alrighty.
Cerna looks absolutely at the edge of his ropes.
Ooh,
If you end up killing the boss, you have to use an epic roleplay for this.
of course. Although I don't think I'm going to kill the boss with an 11.
Nope, that is not a killing blow, unfortunately.
Tragic.
Damn, I got a line lined up already too.
Oh.
I mean,
Well, maybe
all right.
tell us the line later.
Wait, hold up. Actually, wait a minute. Hold up, my fault. Sorry, go ahead.
What?
Do you think?
Who's going?
Whoever's next.
Oh, that's
Ragnar,
right?
you're up.
Ragnar.
All right. Well, Ragnar is going to stick to what works
Okay,
and
broke up.
replace the beast.
Acid spray comes out. Here comes the saving throw. It's Constitution, right?
Yes.
Oh, that is a pass. So half damage, but doesn't really matter, honestly. So why don't you go ahead and talk me through how this happens, boss?
Well,
Oh.
does the boss have 1 HP?
Yeah, it's exactly 1 HP right now. So talk me through how it happens.
This time, Ragnar climbs up onto his can I do that? Climbs up onto his back, stands on top of him, and just kind of spits on top of his head.
So yeah, as Ragnar steadily tries to climb with one eye already acided out, Cerna drops the cleaver and begins just swatting, trying to grab the small gnome, likely knowing what's coming, but unable to stop it. Ragnar gets up to it on top of Cerna's large shoulder and just spits directly in his face. The beast roars in abject agony and is able to swat you off, but not really painfully, and just falls, collapsing to a knee. shaking and wounded, cleaver on the ground beside him, blood dripping from more wounds that he can seem to keep track of, and sort of doesn't begin to rise again. No, not like. And then kind of like tries to like he's an eye is blinded out, so that the cleaver's on his left side where he can't see, so he's kind of like trying to feel around for the cleaver still.
Can I just step forward and stab him in the head to put him out of his misery?
Wait, can I suggest an alternative?
Sure.
Can Peace like kind of deliver him? Can she just can she persuade him to?
I'm here for some role play. All right, Peace.
Okay.
All right, Peace. Approach the condemned.
It's up to
Just
you.
give up and die.
All right, hang on. Let me get my Discord up so I can see Michelle's window. All right, let me.
All right.
I'm in character. All right, Peace. Approach the condemned.
Peace walks with her with both paws in the sleeves of her robe.
Ooh.
Stop, please.
And offers Cernus a bow. Dear Tama, please send this unfortunate soul to his family. And go and may they all find peace in the afterlife.
Serna just turns and looks at you all and looks at Peace as she prays and just says, "I will kick and scream and beat my way to the afterlife, and in the end, when I see your fetid souls there, I will spend the rest of our blasted eternities devouring each and every one of you. Understand that you have earned nothing!"
Okay, thanks. Bye.
And we'll kick your ass again.
And then, Peace, take it away. What do you think?
No one earns peace in the afterlife. It is given by grace of the gods. Please accept this offering And Peace pulls some incense and her censer, places the incense in the censer, lights it up, and slowly sings a soft hymn.
Damn, son. Anything else after the hymn, or is that it?
Are you gonna roleplay the hymn for us or not?
No, you don't have to roleplay the hymn. It's fine. Stop. Wrong hymn. So yeah, do you do anything after the hymn, or do you just leave it there? Who's carrying out the sentence, as it were?
Yep. Yeah, I think peace. That's it for peace.
All right. Who would like to carry out the sentence?
Well,
I will. I made a promise after all.
All right, Oleg. Commit the guilty to the afterlife.
May you find the peace in death that you couldn't find.
May you find nothing but hardship for the rest of your days in this fetid wasteland.
I'm an adventurer. It's a guarantee. I take my axe and I cut him at the neck.
Damn. And with a heavy
Hopefully
lop,
Huh?
With a heavy lop of the axe and a sullen thud, the black-furred head of Cerna the Bloody falls to the floor, followed briefly after by the loud thumping, or I guess dull thump of his lifeless body falling beside him. And for the first time since you've come here, there is quiet.
Now we fulfill our promise.
Would you guys
One
like to?
way or
So what's the game plan?
Well, we got.
Well, we have children in cages over here.
To look for any dwarven people who are alive.
All right.
What's the blacksmith's name again?
Phaedril is his name. Phaedril Hillgrip.
To the cages. And does anyone here know Phaedril the blacksmith?
You'll hear some faint muttering. There seem to be about maybe like 7 or so living people amongst the piles of bodies crammed into these caves. Most of them seem either gone in shock or abject horror to even speak to you, but there are some whispers. One of them you even can faintly hear says, "That's Alana's father." At which point, a hand will kind of come out of the cage and just kind of feebly and with blood covering kind of point off to towards the around the bonfire, where you can see a mess of body parts.
Too late, huh?
A meek, cracked voice says, "He ate her yesterday." Alas, while the cages are firmly secured, they don't appear to be too locked. And again, while there are a wash of bodies and other bloody bits in there, there are at least 7 or so living people still trapped in these cages.
Oleg tries to break open the cages.
All right, not even gonna make you bother to roll. Honestly, I'd say you probably just take a nice warhammer swing or a solid pull, and they come right out. Some detritus and gore maybe washes about your feet as this happens, and some people begin to meagerly shamble out of the cages. You know, a few younger children, some humans, a dwarf or two, some snow elves, maybe even an orc if you're looking closely enough. The horde of them kind of just begin to hobble out of the cages, staring expectantly at the faces of their would-be saviors.
Peace takes a round running triage.
Most of them you can see don't appear to be wounded. The bandits might have beat them around a bit while they were in the cages, but outside of some bruises and maybe a few broken bones, no one looks too bad. Cerna didn't like it when his meat didn't scream. The rest of them all just kind of look at you expectantly. There's some mumbling of different things, some wondering who you are, others asking where their loved ones are, but in general there doesn't seem to be any consensus, but all of them do appear to be numbly looking at you as if you've, well, saved their lives.
You're all from Singwin Village?
There's a collective sort of nod.
We were sent. What's his name? What's the blacksmith's name again?
Phaedrel.
What?
Phaedrel.
Phaedrel.
We were sent by Phaedrel. You. We hope that you're safe now.
We're unwounded, for the most part. We just want to go home.
Well, we will help you with that. Unfortunately, there's something I must ask. Alana, Phaedrel's daughter. Is there anything of her? Is there anything of hers left? Something that we can give to Phaedrel?
From out at the back of the crowd, a younger girl will sort of shamble over towards that pile of parts indicated earlier. It seems a bit strange that a child would be maybe comfortable or okay with digging in a pile of body parts, but maybe just, again, who knows what this kid's seen recently, so just shock. They pierce through the bodies and pull up a hand with a small ring about it and kind of hold it meekly out to you.
You have my thanks. Old takes the ring and stows it in his pack.
What are you doing with the hand?
I don't want to take the hand with me.
Do you want to leave it with the kid? Like this?
Oh, well, I mean, I take this hand from the kid.
Okay, fair enough. All right, and as there's sort of not really much left for anyone to say, the rest just decide to sort of humbly and meekly shamble around behind you guys as you begin to make your descent down the mountains.
Make sure to take Sermus's head with me.
Of course.
As I did promise.
That is true. A promise was made.
That is true.
Hefting the head of the bear, which still appears to be open in an angry roar, eyes still red like fire. You take it with you, stow it in your pack, and begin to make your descent down the mountains. It'll probably be a slightly shorter trip than the trip up here, and maybe a bit less deadly, given that you now at least kind of know the path. But
And we can get those supplies since
Yep.
now we have a lot of people to eat and or carry them.
so you'll stop
We'll
at that.
Steal from the bandits.
Stop at that ravine and feed the rest. You do see some bandits, maybe like out and about in the forest as you travel. But anytime any of them notice you, they scurry off running. They want nothing to do with you. And so you make your way back towards back through down the hills, across the low pass, across the ravine, down the mountainside, through the forest towards the open wooden gates of Sanguine, and to deliver to a father, if nothing else, some closure. And I believe that is where we will end our adventure for the evening. I want to thank every single person who came out to view the stream today. This was super, super fun. Definitely ran a lot longer than I wanted it to, but I think everyone was sort of really in it and having a good time. I hope so. This is normally where I want us to take some time and maybe break down, talk through what we were feeling. But given that it is a little bit later, maybe we'll just circumvent that and let you guys get on out of here to get to the rest of your days. Yeah, so without anything said further ado, I will let all of my players offer plugs for themselves, and then I will give a last plug for myself, complete with some information. So starting with our dear friend Joe Hate Club, let's go ahead and give just some final shouts and plugs. Go ahead.
Hey, my name is Joe. I stream on Twitch at Joe Hate Club. That's I'm on Twitter. It's on my Twitch. I make music. I think I'm gonna start. I'm kind of working on something I can call an EP, but other than that,
Joe is an up and coming e-boy. Get ready to
Rise into the
subscribe
e-boy scene.
to his channel so he will wear cat ears.
It's
We're gonna
true.
get him a
I've been
collar.
on the channel. There are cat ears on the channel. I can confirm.
There are cat ears,
It's
and
by
there
far
may be a collar in the future.
All right. Lando
No.
Dan, you want to go ahead and bring us out?
Land the Dan. I have a Twitter. You can follow me at Land the Dan.
Yeah.
All one word, 9 letters. It's mostly wrestling and food pics,
And occasionally
and that's
being on
about it.
Jeopardy and it getting far too much attention.
Occasionally pissing
I
off
heard
Ken
it
Jennings'
was
Twitter.
one
We're never letting
time.
that
It
meme
was
go,
one
by the way.
time.
It's very funny.
But it got more traction than everything else.
Anything else you've ever tweeted,
Combined.
just one tweet about Ken Jennings and all the boomers just came out angry. It was great.
They really did.
All right, Big Spree, go ahead, do your thing.
I don't know. I lurk. I don't do.
Look about
things.
your Twitter where you can get great deals on Ray-Bans.
There may have been a point in time where my Twitter got hacked and posted about Ray-Bans.
There were plenty of offers for Ray-Ban
It's
deals.
fine. It's fine. Dan told me about it and I fixed it.
Nice. And last but not least,
I told him about it and he eventually saw it 5
Yeah,
days later.
eventually.
and last but not least, Fierce, go
Also,
ahead and bring us out.
I thought my character was gonna die during this.
Yo,
like-
no, legit. Yeah. Go ahead, Fierce.
I mean, I legit thought my character was gonna die. I keep taking the same amount of damage as Ola.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was worried about that for a minute. I was like,
Yeah.
I was like, ooh, I have 11 health.
I was surprised
we're
I didn't
good.
just get picked up and eaten.
Yeah, I did try a little bit to not be too aggressive on you with attacks and stuff because no one wants to die in their first D&D game. That's kind of shitty. But I wasn't just being they just won't hit Ragnar. I was trying to be fair but still nice where I could. But yeah, go ahead, Fierce, if you want to plug
I'm
anything.
surprised nobody actually aimed at me because, well, okay, whatever.
Things hit you, they just missed a lot.
They aimed at you a couple times and they aimed at me a couple times, and then
Just a lot of
I
They
missing.
aimed at me a lot, but I'm
I
tough.
think things would have gone less smoothly if we didn't lure out a couple of them from.
Oh
the
yeah,
game.
no, that first encounter definitely went a lot better for you guys than it could have. No question.
But yeah, so
mean, hey, I
I
couldn't
don't know why
avoid
I'm
the
talking
combat,
because I don't have
so
social
I just
media.
cheesed the
So
combat.
yeah, done.
Shut up, Spree. She's plugging. She's
What
plugging her
plugs?
nothing.
I'm on social media.
For lack of things.
All right, fair enough. Well, for last but not least, I have been Young FoXXii, aka your favorite fox, aka Big FoXXii, your game master for the evening. If you're looking for me, you can find me on Twitter.
FoXXii.
That's fair. If you want to find me at Twitter, you can find me at Yung FoXXii. That's YUNG_FOXXii. You can also find our sort of channel and community on Twitter at Neon Lights Roleplay. Oh, sorry, at Neon NC Lights. It'll be changed pretty soon. You can also find our Twitch, which you're literally on right now, here at Neon NC Lights. Or on the side, you'll see links to our social media, where you have our YouTube, where we upload all of our VODs, our Twitter, where we post about games, and also some memes and stuff like that. And also, like we mentioned earlier, our Discord community, where you can come hang out, check out memes, talk to us, goof off, and I want to mention that it's likely that these one shots will become either a bi-weekly or monthly occurrence, wherein I'll write different different settings and one shots. And not only will I have these lovely folks here, we'll also likely be pulling people from the Discord
You'd
to
actually
be
want
players.
to see.
I feel like we have to get Timmy Tim at some point.
Oh yeah, no
'cause,
question,
like,
Tim. We're definitely getting you in here. No question, dude.
fantastic.
But yeah, so if you want to be if you want to be in a one shot, possibly hop in the Discord and be on the lookout for player shout outs and things like that, because that will definitely happen. But like I said, we're gonna have ideally monthly one shots. Or we're gonna keep our bi-weekly Cyberpunk Red campaign. Look out for that coming back next Sunday. And additionally, to spoil one more thing, I am in talks currently with some of our lovely people here to begin working on another persistent D&D campaign. So if you're looking for even more tabletop RPG fun and excitement, we have a lot of consistent content coming out. And you're gonna be at the point where you guys are maybe gonna be getting like 3 or 4 days of content a week from us, you know? So that might be the thing we do. So if you want to be a part of that, join Discord, check us out on Twitter. Shout out all the people here who have Twitters. Please follow them. Thanks again for you guys for coming in and playing with us. Love you all. Have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful evening. Stay safe, get food, drink water, be safe, and take care, darlings.
And
Bye,
pet the
everybody.
kitties. Meow.
Bye, loves.
At the kitty.
Pet the kitties.